And chat, how's it going, guys? Welcome back to Pokemon Scarlet. We're going to be doing something a little different today. We're going to be going through the Scarlet Violet Pokedex and talking about what we like about it, what we dislike about it, the new Pokemon, the old Pokemon that were included, along with a friend who I will let on the call right now. Okay, can you hear me now?
I can. Hold on while I mute the stream. Okay.
So why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and all things above and in between. I am Obsessive Reader Love. I like Pokemon. It's one of my oldest, most important loves and hobbies. I was here with Lore a couple of times doing multiplayer stuff, but I guess since this is a little bit more of a formatted thing...
Yeah, this is going on YouTube.
Yeah. I actually have to swap back to my Scarlet game because I was playing a different game for a little bit, so let me just close out Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope and get back to Pokemon Scarlet.
Yeah, how is that game?
It's fun. It's weird because it doesn't really have like a prologue. It just kind of expects that you played the first one, and like it just kind of like launches you in with like a 6-character roster, and like it doesn't really like offer an opening cutscene. Really, it just kind of like assumes you know all the basic premise, and like it has like memoir things that you can read. But I guess they kind of figured that like the first game was so weird that like if you didn't play the first one, there was no way you were playing the second one. Which is probably fair. So alright, I've got my my game starting up now, so that's good. Because yeah, since the stream is so far behind our actual conversation, I was actually thinking about asking you if you can like screen share the game via Discord, but I don't know how your recording setup is.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, that's fine. Alright.
We can just keep up, like I'll say what Pokemon... We're going through the Pokedex in number order, and I'll say what Pokemon
I've got my Pokedex open now, so I'll be able to keep up.
Good.
So let's start with my beautiful grass cat that I love with all of my heart. Can we not? It doesn't even have 5 points on its face. It only has 4. It's literally not. I mean, I guess it has 5 points around its collar, but that's like every
I'm messing
Pokemon.
I'm messing around.
I know, but I hate weed jokes.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry, the anti-drug campaigns of my childhood worked very well on me.
So Sprigatito's line is, I think, the undisputed winner of the starters this generation.
Fun fact, some people really don't like it. I watched like a video of M&J TV, I think. And he was like, God, I hate it. It's so disappointing. Like, I expected it, but it's still disappointing. And the last one reminds me of Braixen. It reminds me of Delphox, and not in a good way. I didn't like Delphox. Delphox is my least favorite. So I'm like, oh my God, you're one of those people who hates furry bait and fun.
I can see disliking Meowscarada, because it's become an unfortunate trend with the starters that they're just, you know, furries. And I can see that getting boring after a while, but I think it's a strong design, and Sprigatito itself is the cutest of the starters. Definitely my favorite design of the starters.
Yeah.
And I have to say...
I absolutely love Florigato.
Florigato is my favorite mid-starter Evo of all time.
It's so good. It's such a perfect edgy teen design. Like you have to make the middle Evos edgy teens, especially like Raboot was also extremely good, but this is so good because like it's got like the robe, the scarf. It attacks you with a spiked yo-yo, and it's so serious about it. And I'm like, yes, this is the perfect edgy teen Pokemon. And then one of my friends who got the game earlier because it leaked, and she had no qualms about playing it before it was officially available because she pirates her stuff anyway because she lives in Ukraine and can't. She lived in Ukraine. She's a war refugee. We don't got to talk about that. Anyway, she was playing the game, and she picked Sprigatito because she was like, yes, good. And I was like, okay, you got to tell me, does the cat stand up? I don't need any other details. I just want to know because like, you know, I had heard that the cat stood up.
I went in completely blind on the starters. I went in completely blind on almost all the Pokemon. I knew about Paldean Wooper. I knew about Wiglet. Who didn't know about Wiglet, really?
Yeah, I tried really hard to avoid any of the leaks, but I did follow like all of the trailers. So like I had heard a couple of times from the leaks that the cat stood up, but I didn't know anything for sure. And I wanted to make sure, like, not to have any assumptions until the game was actually available to play. So when my friend actually had the game, I was like, okay, I don't need to know any details, but I do want to know if the cat stands up and how. And she was like, yes, but it's very magical girl and cute. And I was like, okay, cool. I'm still picking the cat then. Because like, and she's right. Like, it's very magical girl Joker persona, and I love it so much. Like, it's so good. It's like such an excellent design. I love the cape. I love the like floating flower in the back. Oh, hold on, my cat just burst into my room and opened the door. I gotta close it back up. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back.
It heard you were talking about it.
Maybe so.
We'll get into it in a minute when we talk about the Fuecoco line, but I actually kind of regret picking Fuecoco over Sprigatito. A fire trainer that I am, I had to go with Fuecoco, but I don't really like Skeledirge.
To be clear, I absolutely love every single starter line, and I think that Skeledirge looks amazing. I think it is so cool. Like, it's this freaking Dia de los Muertos, and it's got like
Isn't that a Mexican holiday, not a Spanish one?
It is, but like they're because the cultures are so related. It's still kind of, it makes sense that they would influence each other, which is why, like, when I first saw Crocolore, I was like, oh my god, they gave him a sombrero. That's so cringe. But then I saw Skeledirge, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I saw that he has like this bird, and then I looked back at the sombrero, and I'm like, oh my god, it's a nest with an egg in it. Oh my god, that's amazing. And he's like a mariachi singer, and then he turns into a death metal rock singer. That's amazing. I love it. And it's so cool.
I don't like the clown, but my biggest problem with the Fuecoco line is that there's no thematic continuity. You have a pepper. Fuecoco's a pepper. And that's cute. That's a good idea. And then Crocolore is a dude with a sombrero?
They're still peppers. I mean, look at those tails. Like, you look at Skeledirge especially. Like, you look at Skeledirge's tail, and you're like, oh yes, that is a pepper.
I don't see any pepper in Skeledirge.
Like, have you never seen, like, the freaking Chili's logo? Like, if you look at, like an actual, not a jalapeno, but, like, there are plenty of chili peppers that have those long tails. I've seen plenty of them. Like, I worked at a grocery store, right? Chili pepper. Okay, I guess I have to do singular chili pepper so that I don't get the red hot chili peppers. But I have seen plenty of like stylized peppers, especially with like that long kind of curly tail, and it's very still peppery to me.
Well,
like,
the head isn't a pepper anymore either.
Well, yeah, because it's too busy being something else. But that doesn't mean that it's not still pepper adjacent. You know, it's like it's being a crocodile, which you know, you kind of have to be a crocodile, but like. It's still it's still partly pepper, and like the fact that it has like a ghosty firebird is really cool.
It being a ghost pepper is cool. I like that, and I like the bird. I think that's really neat, and I love Torch Song. Torch Song is my favorite of the starter.
It's also nice to have moves. It's also nice to have a quadruped starter. Like, I don't mind bipedal ones necessarily, but it is cool to have like a quadruped again.
Yeah, definitely.
He's very cool, and I just really like him. I like the pattern on him. I like the flames out the side of his face. Like
I think his head's a little too busy. There's too much going on.
See, I kind of like, again, it's the Dia de los Muertos thing, and so I get it. It's they really do kind of look like that. They're very decorated, and I think like the colors work well enough for me. Like, it's a little busy, but I don't hate it. I think it works well enough for what it's trying to be. And I think the I don't know, I just really like it. I just think it looks cool as heck and looks super badass. And I like the bone markings and everything. I think it's just a really cool design, even if it's like not perfect. Crocolore is just very unfortunate in the middle there, but I think it works. But I think, you know, like the idea of him being a mariachi singer to like go into like the death metal thing, like it works well enough in that regard. Like, because Fuecoco is very jolly, right? And he's very happy, and then like mariachi music is also very happy, but you can see the Crocolore is actually more serious looking, and then he goes into
is he really? I'm not sure. Like, Crocolore is more serious looking.
I meant his expression. He looks like he's angrier, like he's frowning. He's not like, you know, Fuecoco's got his big smile all over the place, and Crocolore is very like, you know?
Yeah, I suppose.
Especially because his like hat is like lowered over his face. He looks like he looks very much like he's gonna fight, and which is a contrast from his like mariachi thing, and the mariachi ties into how jolly Fuecoco is, and then he goes into a death metal singer, which goes with like his more serious facial expression. So I think it's a very good transition, even if Crocolore is like a little bit awkward. I think it still flows well enough. Like, it's obviously not as good as Florigato to Meowscarada, like, but I think Crocolore works perfectly fine as the middle stage, and I think Skeletor's just looks really cool. But I mean, I like music a lot, and I also like having weird animal companions. So it's just like Skeletor very much kind of like hits a lot of my checkboxes. So like I think like Joker Persona Cat is definitely more my thing. Like I'm still a cat person, but I do love crocodiles anyway. Like crocodiliforms are some of my favorite animals. I'm more of a cat person, obviously, because I have biases, but I do love alligators and crocodiles. So I think that the Skeledirge is awesome, and that's such a good name too. Skeledirge.
That's an awesome name, yeah. Real quick, can we take a moment to talk about the presentation of the Pokedex this time around? It's so love it. Cool. The way the books spin around when you get a new Pokemon, and the presentation of like screenshots of the Pokemon doing stuff in the Pokedex entries, and it's the ability to spin it around and look at it every which way. It's such a good Pokedex.
I also love the way that like the entries are like kind of formatted similarly for related Pokemon. Like, if you notice, all of the starters are to the left posing, every single one of them, and like there's space on the right to do for like the environment, but all of them are on the left side doing a signature pose.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed that.
Yeah, and it's the same like for the Chinese legendaries. They're all in the same place with their shrine in the background. Like in the same place in the frame. It's very like subtle, but it's very nice, and I like it a lot. So Quaxley, right?
Toothpaste duck.
I adore Quaxley. I think that it like obviously we agree that it's very underrated. Because
I'm surprised because I never get Quaxleys via Wonder Trade. I get tons of Sprigatitos. I get the occasional Fuecoco, but I've never seen a Quaxley in Wonder Trade.
So I think part of the reason is that Sprigatito has Protean as its hidden ability, and everybody wants that. Quaxley might have like Quaxley arguably has like the least impressive shiny, but I think some of it is that.
Oh yeah, Quaxley's shiny sucks.
I mean, I don't hate it; it's fine. But like, some of it might just be that like people don't always go for the water types in general. A lot of people like the grass and fire types, but I don't know, maybe people just like, it's Donald Duck, who cares about it, but I really like it.
True.
And I really like that it turns into a dancer. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's cool theming. And I like how different the second stage evolution is from Quaxley.
Yeah, this one's also like a really good gradation, and I like its poses. I like Quaxwell's ballet poses. It's very, very nice. And then
I wish Quaquaval moved less in battle.
Yeah, it also like its head is a little weird. But Quaquaval looks so cool. Like, especially when it fights, it's like the constant tap dancing is a little weird, but I think it looks like really, really cool. Oh my god, it's like basic idle motion where it like shakes and then it like slicks its hair back. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a really cool design.
I just love
I just noticed
dancing.
Quaquaval's horrible feet. Look at those chicken fingers.
I know. I mean, like, it works. They're tap shoes. That's how tap shoes work. There's extra bits that tap. Usually they're on the bottom, but in this case, those are probably to make the tapping sound, and also to look like high heels and like dancing shoes. It's not the weirdest thing in the world, and I think it works fine, especially like in motion. So I think it works.
Fair enough.
I warned you that I would be unrelentingly positive.
And I warned you that I had some problems with Pokemon in this game, so we're going to balance it out.
Okay, oh, it's Lechonk next. Oh, it's Lechonk. Oh,
Lechonk
my God,
is a delight. I love how much people love Lechonk.
It's great. So the thing about Lechonk being the Rattata is that pigs actually are just as good at reproducing as rats, first of all. Second of all, pork is so important in Spain, which you see, like, in the sandwiches. All of the meats are pork. Like, they have maybe one fish option, and it's all pork other than that. You got bacon, you got sausage, you got all these things. Because pork is, like, it's easy to transport. They don't care about like long ship voyages, which is important because like they use them in colonizing the Americas because they were really sturdy over ship voyages, and they eat anything, including human waste if you need them to. So like they're super compact, and they don't because a lot of other farm animals are really like, oh my god, I am not comfortable with this big long voyage on this ship. I'm not gonna make more of myself. I'm not gonna give you the products that you need. And pigs are just like, hi, yes, I'm here to eat food and eat food. And if you give them food, they will make more pigs. and so they spread really easily, and they were extremely, extremely good at spreading disease. A lot of the diseases that killed the native inhabitants of the Americas were as bad as they were because pigs can spread a lot of diseases between humans. I
didn't know there was that much crossover.
Yeah, that's why swine flu is such a big deal. Like, birds do a little bit of it, but it's a lot different. So pigs are actually used as model organisms in a lot of different ways. I remember that when I was younger and watching Mythbusters all the time, they would often use like pig parts to simulate how wounds would work and like how different weapons would interact with flesh and things like that, because apparently pig flesh is very similar to ours in composition.
Well, that's a little messed up.
At least in terms of things that you can get a hold of easily, I guess. But like, we have a lot more fat than even our closest relatives, and pigs are similar in that regard. They're very chonky, as you know, obviously. But anyway, Oink Cologne.
The problem I have with Oink Cologne is, okay, the pun is great, but I like Lechonk so much that Oink Cologne feels like a second stage out of 3.
I can kind of see that. I also was like, I kind of feel like maybe this should evolve. I wasn't totally sure if it was going to or not, but I do like Oink Cologne a lot. I had a female one, so when it evolves, I was like, Miss Piggy? And I was like, I love the swap of expectations to make it a diva instead of like going for ugly or like slovenly or anything. They went for okay, pigs have a really good sense of smell. What if they were divas about it? And I was like, oh my god, it's perfect. Oh, it's perfect.
I'm also really sad that Oinkologne stat-wise sucks. It's just another Raticate. It's not useful.
Bad. I mean, to be like interesting.
I would love to see Oinkologne in more teams and in competitive, but it's not going to be because its stats suck.
It's funny because Greedent of all of the regional rodents, Greedent is the most competitively viable, I think.
Ugh, Greedent. We'll get to Greedent. Ugh.
I don't hate Greedent, but we'll get to Greedent when we get to Greedent.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tarantula was the first, the first Pokemon I saw that I'd never seen before in this game, and that's always a fun thing. Like
Tarantula has a sick shiny. Have you seen that?
Yeah, we talked about it last time.
Oh, it's so cool. But yeah, Tarantula, we haven't had a spider Caterpie since Spinarak, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting that this is much more of a Spinarak Ladybug situation than usual, which we haven't done in a while. Black and White kind of did that because Venipede and Swaddle are kind of a Spinarak Ladybug situation, but they're much better than either of them. In terms of like stats, and also like they evolve twice instead of just once, and you get them later as well. Well, in the original, you get them pretty early in Black and White too, so they kind of count. So like we had seen Lechonk, we had seen the starters, and then I was coming out into the first round. I was like, I want to see what new stuff is there. And then I see this little ball, and I'm like, what the heck is that? And I run into it, I'm like, Tarantula? That is the best name I've ever heard of.
It's a great joke.
It's they knocked it out of the park with names this gen.
Oh, definitely.
They did so many good. Oh, hey, hello, Bling. Hello.
Hey, Bling.
And then, so I was like trying to solve my Pokedex and everything. So I was like raising and rotating a bunch of stuff just to like evolve it, because I wasn't sure like which ones I would be able to catch later. Now I realized that I can catch basically everything without having to work to evolve it. And then it evolved into Spidops, and I was really disappointed, but it's actually grown on me a lot.
Spidops is fine.
Like,
it's
fine.
I mean,
it's not great or anything. Like, you could definitely have done more, but like when you see it walking around and everything, it definitely does look like, oh, it's a spy. It's like a kind of a ninja. It's very like the way that it moves is very, very effective. I just got a message. Who is trying to? Okay, my mom was just telling me that she ordered groceries. Okay, I think it works very well for what it is, and I like the kind of thing where like it's. I'm not sure if it's like supposed to look like it's got its silk wrapped around its abdomen so that it can like pull it out whenever it needs to, but I think it works really well.
I think that's what it is, yeah.
Because like it almost looks like it can extrude webs from its legs, because it's got like holes in them.
Which, yeah, it does.
I don't really know. Some people actually used to think that spiders exuded silk from their legs, but actually they exude a slight sticky substance that helps with their van der Waals forces that lets them stick to walls. Although that's just for tarantulas, but I mean that's what Spidops is sort of supposed to be, since it evolves from tarantula.
Yeah.
So
I like tarantulas. I never have one myself because I don't think I could raise a bug, but yeah, tarantulas are so interesting to me because they're an apex predator. Like they are the lord of their food chain, and as such, they're not afraid of humans. Well, they're a little afraid of humans, but
yeah, webs are made of silk, Bling. It's a special protein situation that like I don't know the exact details of, but it's like a special protein configuration that's really strong and very special.
It's stronger than steel.
Well, it's more that like it's very hard to stretch and break if I'm remembering correctly, but it's not hard to cut. It's like very impact resistance. Like you can't pierce it, but you can slice it. That's the thing about silk. At least I don't know if the silk that silkworms make that we domesticated is the same silk that spiders make.
Oh
But
no,
I
it's
feel
very
like,
different.
but I
Spider
think they
silk
have
is much stronger.
yeah. But I do know that they have like they have similar enough properties that people are trying to domesticate spiders for their silk. Okay,
Yeah,
what's
like
next?
if
Nimble.
oh well, hang on.
Oh, sorry.
If you make a cable out of spider silk that's as thick as a steel cable, the spider silk is stronger and can hold more weight.
Yeah, I think I had heard something about that as well. I don't remember exactly the details, but that does sound about right.
Yeah.
Nimble is fun as heck.
Nimble
Uh,
is the first example of my biggest problem with wild Pokemon in this game, and it's not Nimble's design, it's the fact that Nimble's so goddamn small.
yeah,
You
that's a fair
can't
point.
see it. You
I mean,
can't
that's
see it to see if it's shiny.
I mean, to be fair, that's the whole thing is that Pokemon hide in the tall grass, and you wouldn't normally be able to see them, and that's why they were random encounters before, which I think is funny. But I love its little stapler legs. The idea of having the grasshopper's back legs be so like the idea that you would take them like it's a very Pokemon thing to do, right? You take the most notable thing about a creature and you
And
pump
you
it up just a
exaggerate
little
it,
bit
yeah.
and you pump it up just a little bit fantastically, and it's like, okay, yes, this is perfect. This is exactly like the cartoon magical critter that it would be. And the fact that Lokix's dark type is actually pretty cool.
Yeah,
Like,
Lokix has a cool typing. It
yeah,
also made it very easy to farm when I was leveling up characters outside area space.
it's true. It's not a great typing, but it's not bad. And I think the design is really cool. It looks like a Sentai villain. I don't know if that was intentional, but like I think it looks a little bit like a Sentai villain in my opinion. Like the boots and the mask and like the way the antenna work.
Yeah, I can
I don't
see
know.
that. Lokix has a cool shiny.
Yeah, they went full locust on it, and I really dig that. Like regular, they really play into the dark type with the regular coloration, but the shiny is like full yellow green locust, and I think that's really cool because like Lokix is supposed to be locust but with kicks, which so yeah,
Yeah.
they're very clearly like because grasshoppers and locusts, the only thing that's different between them is actually their behavior. I learned this from True Facts by Zay Frank, which is the same place I got the tarantula information from a minute ago from. But yeah, the whole situation is that when there's like a concentration of grasshoppers in an area, they start bumping up against each other, and that in and of itself triggers a change in their behavior and in their color for some reason, and that's when they start swarming. It's very
Weird.
interesting. I love nature. I love nature. I love
I can
nature.
tell.
There's like I don't know if my love of Pokemon influenced my love of nature or the other way around, but it was probably both influencing both. Because like I love learning about like what design elements of Pokemon come from and like their history and all these other things, and it makes me so interested in learning about other things. So Hoppip is next.
Yeah, I like Hoppip. I like the
Hoppip
Hoppip
is
line.
fun as heck. I've always liked Hoppip.
I like how useless Hoppip is. I wish I kind of wish it only learned Splash.
Yeah, that's that. We who played Gen 2 in ancient times, we remember the struggle of having to get a little guy up to level 10 before it learned any attacking moves at all. It's the Magikarp of the skies, and I do really like its whole design. And the best part is that it's a physical attacker. It learns acrobatics. It like the best thing to do. Like you would think that because like originally it wasn't super good because like its stats aren't that great, but it has.
It's a Hoppip. Of course, its stats aren't great.
No, I'm talking about the whole line here.
Oh,
Lord.
true.
Come on now.
True.
But like, you see Jumpluff and like then it uses acrobatics instead of Mega Drain or Giga Drain, and you're like, whoa, what the heck? And then it does like serious damage. Like its stats aren't amazing, but it has just enough speed and attack to be pretty useful in a regular playthrough. I haven't actually managed to use it properly because it's hard to fit into a team type-wise because it's like weak to rock, even though you would want to use grass for rock types. But it's still good against like a lot of different things, like other grass types and water types and all these other things.
How fast is it?
Oh god, let me check. Hold on. I know it's pretty fast. I don't remember exactly how fast though.
Because if you're weak to rock, all you have to be is fast.
That's true. I mean, there are a lot more fast rock types nowadays, though.
True.
Those are my favorite rock types. All of my favorite rock types are the fast ones. It has chlorophyll, which helps. But yeah, it's what, 110? 110 speed?
It has 110 speed?
I didn't know it was that good. Okay, so yeah, its attack and special attack are the same, which I was not aware of. But it's got like good special defense. Its attack and special attack are so bad that like I wouldn't think. But I guess acrobatics is just such a good move.
There are no new fossil Pokemon this gen, Bling, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's real sad. It's real sad. No new fossil Pokemon, and none of the old ones either. But they'll probably include them later in the DLC with like since like the super ancient past is part of the. Well, the thing is, right? Like I kind of get why, because the past is only really relevant to one of the two games. So like.
Oh yeah. By the way, we're gonna be full spoilers for the game from here on out. We will be talking about spoilers completely. So if you don't want spoilers about the game, shut the video off now.
Right, yeah, we probably should have covered that before this. Whoops.
Probably, but we're early enough in the Pokedex that we can say that.
Most people who are following the trailers got the future past thing anyway, so probably fine. I was not expecting Fletchling to be in this game. Fletchling is next.
I wasn't expecting so many early fire Pokemon. As a fire trainer, I was eating good.
Also, they gave all the small birds flying sprites instead of just having them on the ground. Like people have been complaining about like the flying types only having one mode and like not being able to switch except in very specific circumstances for ages. And so I'm actually really glad that they gave Fletchinder a flying sprite, because before it's always just been like sitting there, like most of the first stage small birds.
You mean in battle?
Yeah, but now it's got a flying model, which looks a little bit. It still looks really weird whenever I see it, because for like 3 gens I've been just like seeing it on the ground. But it's very cute, and God, I love Fletchling. It's so adorable, and I mean it makes sense, right? France is right next door. Kalos is like literally right there, and so there's so many Kalos Pokemon. And like it makes sense, but I still wasn't expecting to see a Fletchling. I guess I was expecting to see like this. I was like, where's this region's bird? Little did I know we would get it later, and it's one of my favorite Pokemon this gen. I cannot wait until we get to that one.
We'll get there.
But yeah, the Fletchling line is solid. It's real good. It's a very excellent depiction of Peregrine Falcons, and like Robin into the Peregrine Falcon idea is very interesting, but it works really well, and Talonflame is such a cool Pokemon conceptually, just because like not only the Gale Wings,
very cool.
Not only the Gale Wings thing, but the fact that like the way that, like, I don't know if you ever saw the YouTube channel, the National Dex, where they did their series breaking down Pokemon designs and how you use them in battle and stuff. But, like, the way that Talonflame works is actually, like, being able to generate heat would, in fact, make flying easier because of the way that, like, airflow works. I don't remember all of the details, but it actually would be able to make, to be able to reach even higher speeds than a normal Peregrine Falcon.
Also,
so that's really cool.
Speaking of competitive, I hear Talonflame was a menace in Gen 6.
Yes, okay, so here's the thing. It has a signature ability, its hidden ability, Gale Wings. In Gen 6, when it was introduced, Gale Wings gave +1 priority to any flying type move at any time.
Oh, wow.
Which meant you had priority Roost, priority Tailwind, priority Brave Bird, or Acrobatics. And they nerfed it in Gen 7 so that you can only get the +1 priority when you're at full health, and that's still good.
Wow.
Like I was.
Well, I mean, guaranteed Tailwind is by itself very good, right?
Yeah, people have been using Murkrow most of the time because it's like a little bit bulkier, especially if you give it Eviolite. But Talonflame is better at dealing damage, and so you can like get a Tailwind off and then go to town. Which I was planning, which I tried to use on my team, but it wound up not really working the way that I wanted, so I haven't been using. So but I did actually, because it was so novel.
For reference, viewers, Love here had a team of 30 Pokemon that she was switching between constantly.
Right, but I meant like for my competitive team that I'm trying to build. I was using a Talonflame. I was actually using my Talonflame from the story. I was like, okay, let me try using this because I want a priority Tailwind user, and it wasn't really working the way that I had hoped. So back onto my regular team it went, and I've been leveling everybody up, trying to get to the point where I can do raids a little bit easier. But yeah, I dig Talonflame. It's always been great. I honestly was a little bit annoyed at it when I was first trying to get into competitive in Gen 6 because I was just like, ugh! I was like, oh my god, will you stop using your priority moves? I hate you. You shouldn't be this hard to kill.
It's got a 4x weakness to rock. What else does it need?
I know, but if it moves before you and just does tons of damage because it's really strong.
Yup.
Or burns you because it can just do that. It's ridiculous. So like when they nerfed Galewings, I was like, thank you, Lord, thank you, God in heaven. Thank you. It needed this. I was so upset. I was so irritated with Talonflame. It was like one of my peak problem Pokemon. Oh my god. Okay, Pawmi. So I did use a Pawmi. I used a Pawmi the whole way through. When it first evolved, I was like,
oh look, a bigger Pawmi.
This is the same thing stood up a bit. Is that looks a little weird. But then like the final evolution Pawmot is pretty good. Like I think it looks a little bit derpy, like it's a little bit proportioned weirdly, but I do really like its the way that its Pokedex entry looks. I think it's really cute. The three of them all lined up.
Yeah, that's and
I don't hate how samey it is. Really, like I'm disappointed, but like like it could be worse.
I think if it was just Pawmot or Pawmo, it would be better. I like that we got a regional chew with evolutions this time, but it's just a bigger Pawmi.
Yeah, I think that they could have gone just from Pawmi to Pawmot, and it wouldn't have been a problem. But I think the reason that they did that is because they wanted to use Pawmo for the new evolution method,
which I like.
They didn't want you to be stuck with Pawmi the whole time, because Pawmi's stats aren't necessarily are like really bad, from what I understand.
Yeah.
And they wanted to give you a taste of like, oh hey, electric fighting type, that's new. And I think that worked out pretty well. I think the design could have been a little bit more interesting. Like, give it like the starting of a ruff around the neck, and like a little bit fluffier at the top. Like, just make it like a little bit more. Especially because like it gets lighter and then it gets darker, like brighter orange.
Yeah.
Again, it's a little bit weird. Like they had to make it paler orange to make it like stand out.
Yeah, Bling. For 3 Pokemon in the game, the new Evo method is to have it out with you and walk for 1,000 uninterrupted steps, and then it'll evolve on level up.
It doesn't have to be uninterrupted, I don't think. I think it's just cumulative.
It's Rellor, Bramblin, and Pawmo that evolve that way.
And Pawmot and Rabska, which very excellent. It's roller backwards and then scarab backwards, like the syllables.
Yep.
The syllables of which that's classic Pokemon. Classic Pokemon. We're the Arbok school of Pokemon names.
Yep.
They both have rays. Which, like, Pokemon doesn't have rays.
Yeah, that's an interesting new ability. I wonder how much it's going to come into play in competitive. Well, Pawmot and Rabska probably aren't good.
they're not bad. Palmont is pretty speedy, and Rabska is bulkier than you would expect just looking at it. So, like, I think that they could see play, but a lot of people are excited about, like, other stuff, and probably nobody knows how to utilize Rays because, like, we've been without it. Like, it's just like, what is this? What is this?
It took 25 years to get here. There's a lot of entrenched habits.
Yeah, it's like, you know, we don't need this. So it's like, it might feel like not super useful in a competitive sense because of how fast-paced BGC is, especially. Like, it might not be worth using a turn on.
I can see it being... I'm a complete newbie to competitive Pokemon, but I can see it from a strategy position being used to resurrect a very bulky Pokemon that can survive a couple of turns at half health.
Yeah, or something that has a recovery move, that kind of thing. There are definitely options, even if, like, you just need to get that last hit in, but it probably feels too situational, especially in a new meta environment, because, like, when you don't know what the threats are, you don't know what kind of situations you're likely to be in, you can't really rely on such a situational tool all the time. So I kind of get it. So Houndour.
Hang on, I do like the electric fighting type, which...
there are two of in this game, which is funny.
Is that a new type combo? I think it is. Yeah.
It is a new type combo, which is really interesting. I'm honestly kind of surprised that it took this long, but that's probably just because, like, Electivire feels like a fighting type.
Yes, it does. That should have been electric fighting.
Yeah, hold on. I just gotta, like, unplug my laptop so I can move across the room a little bit to get my Switch charger, because I need to plug it in. So I'm gonna put it over where the rest of my stuff is right now, because I have them in a plug across the room. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay, we're good.
All right, Houndour.
Houndour.
I love the Houndour line. It's one of my favorite fire types.
It's so, like, old school, edgy. Like, they would never, like, I want to say they would never make a Pokemon this edgy again, but that's literally what Skeledirge is, so I don't know what I'm saying.
It's a very Gen 2 design.
It is.
Back when the animals were animals.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there's some animals that are just animals in this game.
I'm exaggerating.
But I do really like these Dobermans. They're just Dobermans with skulls on them, and I think they look real cool. It's
They're
like
so
it's so
cool.
Simple. It's so simple.
They've got little devil tails and...
Yeah, it's a very simple and effective. It's very dark type. You know, they're very much trying to get across. Oh, this is the evil type, because, you know, it's just evil in Japanese.
Is this the earliest we've gotten Houndour in the campaign, by the way?
I think so, because in Platinum you get them around, like, badge 3 or 4, and that's the earliest I can remember in another game. They might be earlier in, like, Alola. I don't remember if you get them in one of the Alola games or not.
Also, can I just say, I love what they did with Houndoom in the early part of the game. Yeah, I actually, in my blind playthrough, when Nimona talked about... I'm telling the viewers, yeah.
You're telling the audience. I'm sorry.
In my blind playthrough, when I got to the first fight with Nimona, I was like, oh, she's an experienced Pokemon trainer. Wouldn't it be funny if she pulled out, like, a level 40 Pokemon, and I explicitly said a level 40 Pokemon, and you had an unwinnable fight against her? Wouldn't that be funny? And lo and behold, after rescuing Koraidon, you get into the cave and you face a level 40 Houndoom that you can't beat.
Yeah, it was funny when you said that. I did the little spoiler thing, and I was like, if only you knew.
I want that to actually happen in a Pokemon game where you get into an unwinnable battle early on, just to show you. Mega Man X does something early on where you can't beat Vile in a fight.
I remember that from the Ego Raptor sequelitis video.
Yeah, and to lay it out for the audience, you can't beat Vile the first time you fight him. you lose. You get your ass beat, in fact. And then Zero shows up and kicks his ass. And that's supposed to be a preview of the kind of power that you can reach later in the game. And considering Pokemon is an RPG that is at its gameplay, at its combat gameplay loop core is about amassing more power, getting your Pokemon stronger, training them up to be something more powerful. I want you to get a kind of taste of that early in the campaign, where you have a fight, where you can see just how amazing your Pokemon can get. That's actually, I have a fan region that I want to make into a game someday. Probably will never happen, but that happens early on in the story of that, where the main villains attack a chemical processing plant that is where the poison gym is, and you, being the daring little teenagers that you are, go into the smoke and try to face down the bad guys, and you get into a fight with your level 10 Pokemon, and you're facing down a team of 60s. And you lose. You get your ass beat. And that's supposed to be a taste of what your Pokemon can become. And so
Yeah,
I'm glad they did that a little bit in this game.
I mean, these are still for children, you know. You can't, like, I get, like, the idea of facing down an unwinnable boss fight is a good design choice in some situations, but, like, sometimes kids will just think, oh, I guess I'm not supposed to go this way, and they'll be stuck forever. They'll, like, reset their game. They'll just be like, there's nowhere else to go. Like, let me tell you a story of my childhood that is not quite related to this, but is sort of adjacent to this. So in Majora's Mask, right? Zelda Majora's Mask. Have you played Majora's Mask?
I have not, but I'm aware of the broad story beats.
Okay, so you go to your first area after, like, you know, the intro 3-day period, and you get your, you know, you turn back into a human from being a Deku, and then you go into the Deku area, you go into the swamp, right? And there's this big Deku palace, and you gotta rescue this monkey from inside. And to do that, you need magic beans. And the monkey's brothers are like, okay, you gotta go into the garden to find these magic beans. And so you're like, okay, cool. And then you go, so I go into the palace, and there are these two offshoot areas that are like, do not enter. Don't go in here. You're not allowed in here. I'm like, okay, cool. I won't go in there. And so I kept looking, and there's like an outer garden, and I'm like, is it in here? There's like a hole here that I can go down, but there's no bean guy. And I'm like, where's the bean guy? And it turns out, of course, that you were supposed to disobey those signs and go into the inner garden. But
Yeah,
I was a good child.
A lot of people will look at that and say, you can't tell me what to do. This is interesting.
I know, but I was not that person. And I'm the kind of person who is like, okay, I guess there must be something else that, like, maybe I'll get to go into that later. Like, I'm used to being, like, I'm not, I play a lot of games that lock me out of things. And I like linearity in my games, so I'm just like, okay, I guess I can't go in there yet. And so, like, I feel like, especially in a Pokemon game where you're kind of expected to know where you're supposed to go at any given time, usually, not this time, obviously, it's like, oh, okay, I guess I need to go a different way. If you're like a 7-year-old playing this game, and you get into an unwinnable fight that doesn't, like, that like, you know, you can technically do stuff in, you're like, oh, am I supposed to come here way later? What's going on?
Well, the thing this game does that counteracts that is it's part of the plot. You're in a sequence you can't avoid, and you can't stop playing and go somewhere else until after the long sequence is done.
Right, and that's why I think this game handles it really well. I think that the way that you were describing it, and a lot of the fan games do it, which is fine because they're fan games and they're like, you know, they're kind of assuming that it's an older audience who is more used to other RPGs. They do a lot of traditional RPG forced loss battles, and, like, in regular RPGs, they're kind of assuming, like, you're older than 7, you know? But, like, I was, like, 3 or 4 when I first played a Pokemon game. So, like, you kind of have to be aware of that when you're designing. So the way that they do it in this game works really, really well. I'm not going to say anything against that. I think that it works really super awesome, and I think that it's, like, the perfect way to do something like this.
Oh, yeah, I have laid out my complaint about the way they did it, but that would just be a bonus. The way they did it is great.
Yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to share the tale of my youth because I was but a naive, sheltered child who did what I was supposed to do. Especially at age 6 or 7 when I first played Majora's Mask. I was like, you follow the rules. All right, what's next? Oh, Young Goose.
Young Goose, Young Goose is the Gen 7 Rattata.
It is. We all have the same thoughts about Young Goose. It's very weird. It's got very weird in the face with its very large teeth. You know, I actually found, that's right, I totally forgot. I found a random shiny one in during a playthrough. Like, I started, oh, I forget, was it in this game or was it in, it was in, like, no, it wasn't in this game. I was, like, playing, one of the Alola games again, and I was just, like, going through, and I just randomly ran into a shiny Young Goose in the first area, and I was like, what the heck? And it's pink, it's actually kind of cute, but it had a really bad nature, first of all, and second of all, I don't hate any Pokemon, but, like, Young Goose isn't really super good, obviously. It doesn't really have any, like, standout, like, it has a few standout interesting things, like, its ability is kind of unique in some ways, but it's not really useful. And, like, I appreciate the way the Gumshoe looks in a certain way. I think, like, the fact that it's supposed to have, like, a detective hat and, like, coat.
It's got a detective coat and lapels and stuff. I see what they're going for, but I don't really like it.
Yeah, it's kind of it's one of the weaker designs in my opinion. But I do dig, like, the idea of having of like the mongoose, because notably they don't mention anything about it being an invasive species in this game. They don't mention anything about it being introduced. I don't think that mongooses are native to Europe either, but, like, there are, but they are definitely. But, like, the fact that they were introduced to Hawaii was, like, a whole big deal. So it's nice. It's very interesting that, like, they don't mention it in this game at all. I don't actually know where mongooses live. Hold on, because I know meerkats are mongooses, but I don't know where else in the world
meerkats are mongooses?
Yep.
Huh.
That's why. Yeah, they can eat snakes.
Interesting.
They're social mongooses. I'm gonna look up real fast. Where do mongoose?
Bling says, I like how newer Pokemon really try to tie in to the story of the fact child going on a journey across the country by themselves. Yeah, they did a really good job with that in this game in particular. Because it's explicitly something you're tasked to do, is go on an adventure. It's part of your school curriculum. It's go have an adventure. You've been cooped up in the school. Go bond with Pokemon. Go challenge the strongest trainers in the region. Go see what's out there. Experience it firsthand. And I really like that. You and I have had...
Yeah, I really do too. Like, Alola, I think Alola did this story slightly better, in my opinion. But, like,
the problem with Alola is the hand-holding, and we have had philosophical arguments about hand-holding in video games.
We have, yes, it's true.
I couldn't get through Gen 7. I just got bored. I don't mind.
Like, the beginning is kind of, like, the beginning is very long, but it's so filled with banter that I don't care, and then, like, it sets you off, and, like, there's a couple of tutorials that are weirdly out of the way for some reason, but the characters are so good and the dialogue is so good that I really don't care at all that I have to, like, skip through a few things. I don't replay it super often, but the first playthrough of each of them was like, yes, this is such a good game, and I think that it is really solid. Okay, so it looks like most of at least the first so there's a couple of subfamilies of mongoose, and it looks like basically all of them live in Africa. So they definitely should not be here in Europe, but you know, Europe is closer to Africa than it is than Hawaii is to Africa, so it's not the weirdest thing in the world. Yeah, it looks like all of them are African, which is interesting.
I was under the impression that the classical mongoose that everybody knows about was from Asia, so that's interesting news to me.
Yeah, I think there are some that are from... There might be some that are from, like the Middle East part of Asia.
Yeah, like the ones that fight cobras and stuff.
Yeah, but there aren't. I don't. Oh, there are some from Asia. Yes, there's some in India and in the Southeast Asia area. So that's okay. So I was wrong. I missed those. Most of them are from Africa, but there's an entire family that are from Southeast Asia and like Southern Asia in general. Like there's some that are like that span from Iraq and everywhere to Indonesia-ish area. So that's pretty cool.
Cool.
Research. Okay. Oh hey, it's Squavit. It's Squavit and Greedon. Okay, so Greedon is derpy as hell and I adore it. It's so dumb looking. It's so dumb looking. It's so stupid. I love it.
Don't know why I hate it so much.
It's just a chunky chunk fuck, and I fucking adore it. I don't know why it's so huge, but it's just a big, hungry, chunky squirrel man. And
it's definitely got some of the most identity out of any of the regional Rattatas, but...
Would you believe that it is such a fucking bulky little chunky fuck?
I've seen it in clips of competitive.
It is so fucking bulky, and its ability is also really helpful. Plus the stuffed cheeks move, which helps you get the cheek pouch ability on board. It's actually like shockingly viable. And it's super slow, but
of all the Rattatas, why did it have to be Greedent?
Because it's like, it's just bulky. They went with it. They were like, okay, this thing eats like a ton, so we're gonna make it real slow and real bulky, and it's gonna be funny. And I think that it does work at being funny. It's very interesting. Squavit is a gray squirrel, and Greedon is a red squirrel, which is interesting. They're not the same kind of squirrel. But I appreciate it. I appreciate that, like, Squavit is kind of more intelligent than Greedon. It, like, gets kind of stupider when it evolves. Like, it's just dumb. It's just a fucking clown. And I really appreciate that in a Pokemon. Like, I don't know, like, it's not necessary. Like, it's definitely got a weird, it's the reason that you find it unpleasant is the reason that people find clowns unpleasant. It's just a clown in the face, but I like it.
Oh, yeah! It kind of is, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Like, the way that it's, like, just looking at you, it definitely has the same energy as a clown, and I get why that can be kind of weird, but, like, when you see it actually, like, in motion, and it reaches its arms out and everything, I think it works fine. I think it's actually real cute in that very dumb, chunky way. I think it's just a big, dumb squirrel, and I really, really like it. It's so goofy. I really have to a certain extent, I kind of have to lean into liking goofy designs when it comes to Pokemon, but I don't, like, it's more fun to enjoy the goofy designs than to be mad at them and think they look stupid. You just kind of have to, like, own it, and I think that this, especially since this gen really leans into being into the goofier aspects of Pokemon design, I've really learned recently to be like, okay, yes, this is goofy as hell, and I love it.
You're fine, Bling. Go ahead and post. It gives us stuff to talk about sometimes. We haven't had any problem talking.
Oh yes, and there's not a whole lot of people here, so you're totally fine. The whole point of the chat is for people to chat, and there are not a lot of people in here yet right this second, but it's what the chat is here for.
Alright, so, Sunkern and Sunflora.
Interesting Pokemon. They're not
I've always
good.
liked Sunkern's design.
Sunkern's design is kind of fun. I like the pattern on it. It's very cute.
They're explicitly in this game specifically for the Artisan Gym. Like, that's why they're in this game. They included them because they wanted Brassius to be related to Sunflora's thematically.
Because he's, like, depressed, which is very because, like, he's like a weird artist guy, but he really likes this sunny, cheery Pokemon, and I think that is very fun. Sunflora's design is really simple, but I really do like it. It's It's just a sunny sunflower. It's not like a good Pokemon. It's kind of weak.
Oh
even
no,
for, like, a
Sunflora
good
is awful.
Pokemon. But like it's still a very fun design, and it's a very sunny sunflower, and I think it's a very Gen 2 design in the same way that Houndour is, Houndour and Houndour. It's like, this is a sunflower. It is a sunflower. We have a sunstone now that we're going to use to evolve your Pokemon. So you're going to evolve the sunflower seed into the sunflower with the sunstone, and it's very sunny. And I think that's very cute and funny.
I think the problem with Sunflora is that it's just like Hoppip. Sunkern is supposed to be a Magikarp, right? Like, it's supposed to be terrible. But Magikarp evolves into something awesome. It's really cool, and it's good. Gyarados is awesome. Yeah. And outside of Phoebus, they consistently fail to replicate that success with their Magikarps.
False. Wimpod.
Oh yeah, Wimpod. True.
Applin is also the same principle.
Are Appletoon and Flapple any good?
They're decent. I prefer Flapple. They're not like amazing, but they're solid. Appleton is bulkier and Flapple is faster, obviously. Their signature moves are pretty fun and interesting. The type is pretty interesting. I think that they are fun to use, and I did use a Flapple for my first playthrough of Sword, and I really enjoyed using it. Its signature move has a hilarious animation. It's literally just dropping a giant apple on the head of your opponent. I think that they're very fun, and I think that they're very funny. I don't know if they're for everybody, but I think that they succeed at the idea, especially because of the whole conceit of a Wyrm with a Y in an apple. It's funny as hell, and I think it's excellent.
I think that's pretty great myself. But yeah, Sunflora either needs one of the generational stat buffs they are so hesitant to do, or it needs an evolution. Just use another Sunstone on it. Use another Sunstone on it. That'll do it.
That would be funny. That would be funny. But yeah, they haven't actually been that sparing. Like, a lot of Pokemon got like 10 extra points or so between Generation 5 and 6, and then a couple of them got like pretty sizable ones, because like Masquerain got buffed to a pretty sizable extent in Gen 7. Like, it can kick your ass.
It would have to have been buffed.
No, you don't understand. Guzma has a Masquerain, and it repeatedly gave me trouble every time I fought him. Like, all the time, because it's got Intimidate. And now it has, like, it's always been fast, but now it actually has enough power to back it up. And it's got all the good butterfly moves. It's remarkably effective now that they gave it that stat buff. Okay, who's next? Oh, it's Cricketune! Oh, I forgot you were in the game! I absolutely forgot he was in the game.
I like Cricketune as a meme.
It's an excellent meme.
I can take or leave the actual design, and I'd never use one, and I'm so sick of getting shiny Cricketoons in Legends Arceus, but I like the meme.
Yeah, his cry is great. I like the maestro violin idea of a cricket, because it's very good. It's very, like, the fact that Cricket's hot is like a metronome and a xylophone at the same time, and the fact, because I'm a band nerd, so I think that their designs are excellent. I have actually used a Cricketune for like a decent portion of time in various situations. They ain't that bad, but then again, I will defend all early game bugs. So
Cricketoon's Pokedex photo is super cute, by the way. Are you looking at this?
Hold on, let me look. I've seen it at least. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so excellent.
The meme is its cry being the most silly, extra long thing in the series.
Play it.
Alright, motion cry. That should have done it. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I believe it is the longest cry in the series.
I don't know. Some of the legendaries might be longer. But,
True. Probably the Reggies.
Yeah, I do appreciate how often, like, it's not always, like, Sunflora doesn't have Sunkern in the back, but that's because it has, like, another set piece. But most of the time, the evolutions have the pre-evos in their portrait, and I think that's pretty fun. Scatterbug's Pokedex photo is actually really funny.
Yeah, Scatterbug. Scatterbugs is great. As is Swoopas.
So I love Scatterbug. Scatterbug. Vivian Line is one. Oh my god, all of them are like Spupa is also scaring off a bird. That's excellent. So Vivian is one of the first Pokemon I used competitively. When I was getting into competitive Pokemon, I have always loved Vivian. It's not necessarily good because, you know, its stats are pretty low. It's an early game bug. But like when I was first using Vivian in Y, when I first played Y, I was playing it. Yeah, this is Vivian's Fancy Pattern, which was originally I'm looking at the chat. Vivian's Fancy Pattern was originally event only, and they decided to
make it the only pattern it gets in this game.
I don't really know why, but I don't really. It's still Vivian, okay? I get Vivian, and I don't care. I don't care about the patterns. The patterns are cool, but I don't care.
The thing about Vivian that I and a lot of people like is that it encourages trading with people all over the world. It encourages the social aspect of the game. At minimum, it encourages wonder trading to get different Scatterbugs and Vivians. And it's really cool to assemble a collection of like 30 different patterns from across the world.
I do really like that, and it is a shame that it's gone, but I need to talk about my feelings about Vivian because this is my favorite bug type in the game besides maybe Galizapod, okay? I have a lot of feelings about Vivian. Bug is my second favorite type, and Vivian is like my first or second favorite bug, so I love it very much. So when I was originally playing Y, this is 2013. I was like at the end of my high school career. I was like I was actually like making really good friends, and we had like a community where I first started getting into like playing Pokemon competitively and and trying to play with other people and do all these things. And I was playing with a Vivian because I've always liked bug types. I've always liked, you know, Butterfree was always like a good Hamon that I really liked to use in Kanto, all these other things. And so I was using Vivian, and I was like, okay, I know that early bugs aren't that good, but I like using them anyway. And so I'm using them, and I'm rotating out a lot because of the new EXP share. That's like I made my decision to do that. And so I was getting to like level 35 or whatever, and I was like, okay, my damage output is kind of suffering here. I wish that I had a better move. Bam, reach 35, bug buzz. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then like I was like, man, I wish that I had a little bit better. Boom, level 45, Quiver Dance. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then immediately I was like, oh, okay, this is kind of hurting. It might not be good enough to take into like the final fights. Boom, level 50, Hurricane. And
Damn,
I'm like,
really? It gets Hurricane?
By level up. At the time, it was the only bug that did that. I was like, I sat there at the screen, and I was like, you what? And like now, Hurricane was a TR in Sword and Shield, so Butterfree got Hurricane, and it did basically the same thing. Vivian actually has a little bit higher base stats than Butterfree, just a little bit. There's been a little bit of power creep with early game bug stat lines. It's not good, but it is like a little bit faster and it hits a little bit harder and has like a little bit higher in a couple other stats. But yeah, it has compound eyes. It has like so it can hit hurricanes fairly accurately. Plus, it has sleep pattern. Plus, it has Quiver Dance, and it's like
what does compound eyes do again?
It makes your it adds to the accuracy. I don't remember the exact math, but it makes it so that powder moves are like 98.5% accurate. And then Hurricane is like 95% accurate, I think. Oh wow, I didn't know this, but apparently, if you have that, if you lead with a Pokemon that has compound eyes, you have a higher chance of finding a wild Pokemon holding an item. I had no idea. That's so weird. Super Luck also has this effect starting in Gen 8. I was just looking for the odds. Okay, it looks like Thunder and Hurricane I think have the same accuracy. I don't remember for sure, but Thunder.
Well, they have the same power too. It's part of the same set of Gen 1 moves.
Hurricane is new, man. Hurricane is very new.
Hurricane
was like a Hurricane is like a Gen 4 move because it's a special. It's like a special flying move that they introduced to be like, oh hey, look.
Well, it's still part of the same cycle. They added it to be a hydro pump.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Let me actually look to see if they're counterparts and variations because Bulbapedia has that at the bottom of the different moves. But yeah, so the usual 70% accuracy on Thunder turns into 91, which is really solid. That's why Galvantula is really useful because it also has compound eyes, and Thunder hits like a goddamn truck.
Wait. Galvantula is useful? Galvantula is good?
Oh, yes.
I love Galvantula.
Yes. Galvantula is, it's not, like, super common in VGC, but, like, it has Electro Web, which is really good speed control. It can hit Thunders. Like, especially on rain teams, it's... Okay, that's fair, Flutter. I didn't... Oh, God, we're in Gen 9. Gen 4 was so long ago. I still feel like... I still feel
14
like...
years.
I was only 10 years old. Like, it's not like it wasn't a long time ago. It's more than half my life ago. It still feels like it's so long. It still feels like it's so much newer because of how different Gen 4 was to Gen 3.
I was 10 years old when Pokemon Yellow came out, and that was my first Pokemon, so...
my first Pokemon game was Blue. My older brother was 8 or so when Red and Blue came out, and then when Yellow came out, I think I was like 4 or 5, and he was like 10, and I stole his games, and I've played Pokemon ever since. The first game that I played when I was like 10 years old was Diamond, and I got it for Christmas along with the DS Lite. It was very, very good. I remember that Christmas very, very vividly. But yeah, I adore Vivian. I love its little pixely eyes. I love the pattern thing is really cool and really interesting. It's so good. I love bugs. I love bugs a lot. Speaking of bugs, Combee is next. Oh, I love Vespiquen. I
hate Combee and I love Vespiquen. Vespiquen is such a cool design.
Vespiquen's an awesome design. Like, obviously, the whole thing about Combee with its gender makes it really, really irritating.
So irritating.
Especially since normally in a hive, all of the bees are female. But we don't got to get into that. It works well for, like, the idea of a beehive, and, like, only some of them can become queens. And
they should add an evolution to male Combees that is a drone.
I don't know, because, like, that wouldn't be good, is the thing. Like, it's not like it would be useful. Drone bees don't live for, like, 10 minutes. they don't, it's not like they do anything other than, you know, like a male Combee fills the exact same role as a drone version of Vespiquen would. It's not like it would be good.
Venomoth has fangs. I think we can throw exactly accurate biology out the window.
Still. I feel like design-wise it might look a little too similar to like...
Beedrill?
Not Beedrill. I'm actually thinking of Vibrava, because male bees kind of look very weird and different from what you think of bees. Or I might be thinking of ants, actually. I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, Vibrava looks like an ant.
Mm-hmm. It looks like a male ant, the way that male ants look. But I mean, of course, it looks like an antlion adult as well. That's how antlion adults look. And then the fact that it also looks like a dragonfly is the reason why it turns into a dragon, which I think is a very interesting way of combining the lines. But we don't have to. But that's you know, for later. I think Vespiquen looks fantastic. I always name mine Diana after Wonder Woman. Because, you know, she's got a crown and she's a queen, and it works. And she's like Vespiquen is very bulky and slow. But it has like enough offensive power. I've used one in Platinum before. I use one when I can. A lot of times, usually there's so many good bugs. I love so many bugs, so it's really hard to like prioritize one that you usually find a lot later. I didn't use one this playthrough because I was leveling up all of the other bugs and everything. But I think I might use one next time I play through the game. I'm not sure though.
All right, Rookie D.
I love Rookie D!
I'm glad Rookie D's in the game for two reasons. One, Rookie D is pretty cute. Two, Corviknight is Tinkaton food.
It's true. I love the fact that they decided to add in a because Corviknight is such a badass Pokemon, but like the idea, because like crows as an apex predator that's not how they are. They're in the middle of the food chain hanging out.
Yeah.
And like I appreciate how many different kinds of birds are in the thing, because like Corvisquire honestly looks a little bit more like a blue jay, but blue jays are corvids, so that's actually kind of fun. It's like a transition. And I love Black Knights. When Corviknight was first really revealed, I was like, oh my god, I need it. And then Rookidee was the first, like, because when you run into the forest in Sword and Shield, you run into like a Squavit and then a Rookidee, and then I saw a Rookidee and I was like, oh my god, that's so cute, I need it. Look at this cute bird. And because I like early game Pokemon, I like early game bugs, I like early game birds, I usually like early game rodents. Yungoos is like kind of the exception. But then I saw there's like a Corvisquire on your way to the first mine that's just hanging out on a fence, and you can like whistle at it and it will like attack you. And I saw it and I was like, oh, this is like an evolution of Rookidee, so like that's cool. And then I saw it and I got into battle with it and its name is Corvisquire, and I'm like, oh my god, it turns into Corviknight! I had no idea that Corviknight was going to be an evolution. I did not expect that. And then but the line works so well.
It's really good designs, yeah.
It's such an excellent, like, Rookidee is so fucking tiny, fucking Beep Cheap. Like, have you seen the Beep Cheap comic? It's such an excellent, it's like, I'm gonna name you Beep Cheap, and then you send out Beep Cheap the Corviknight, and it's like, yes, and it works so well. It's so excellent. Oh my god, you had a shiny?
Yeah, it's one of the 3 shinies I've run into in the wild.
Oh my god, I love shiny Rookidee and Corvisquire and Corviknight. The white crow aesthetic is it's so good. It's so excellent.
How do I make it display not shiny?
You go up and down.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, up and down changes between forms. I found that out when I was looking between Oinkologne. I keep wanting to say Aromoink, but that's not the name. Okay, so Happini's in the game. That's nice.
Chansey and Blissey are here to be punching bags.
We love to see it.
Oh,
always
Blissey's
good.
portrait is cute.
It's the whole family. It's very excellent. I love the design of this whole family. Like, you can argue that they don't, like, it's very clear that they were designed in different gens, but I honestly kind of love that, and I think that it works really well. And, like, part of the reason why I think that is probably that Brock had a Happiny that turned into a Chansey and then a Blissey. And so, like, I'm really attached to the Happiny design because Brock's Happiny was hilarious. And I really do dig the design a lot. Like, it's very much a weird mystical creature that, like, has no basis in reality. It's just a weird egg fairy.
Yeah.
And I love that for it. For her, actually. I think they're always female. Yeah, they're always female. So I love that for her. It's excellent.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Blissey. It's not like in my top like 500 Pokemon or anything, but
I feel happy upon seeing it. And that's the goal, Like, I feel happy for a multitude of reasons. It helps me raise my Pokemon, and it's just a cute, fun egg. It's just a good egg. I love a good egg.
Literally.
Yes, exactly. Azurill! Azurill is so stupid cute. Did Meryl need a baby? Absolutely not. Do I love the shit out of it? Absolutely. Do I know why it's a normal type and not a water type? Absolutely not. Like, I don't care. I love Poke. I love the fact that it's a polka dot Pokemon. I always name mine Poke, and it's great. And I love the whole Meryl line. And Azumarill is the slayer of gods with the best offensive type in the game. And God bless it. Its huge power. It's so good. Azumarill, like, just Azumarill's photo where it's just standing in the foreground, and then Meryl and Azumarill are, like, in the background, looking like they're about to get up to some shit, is excellent.
I'm sure competitive players are happy for Azumarill.
Oh, yes. I haven't seen a ton of it, but it's been very useful for the Charizard raids lately, from what I understand.
I've seen so many Azumarills in raids. Well,
yeah,
I think at this point I've seen more Iron Hands than Azumarill.
Iron Hands is also ridiculous. I mean, they're good for similar reasons. High attack, high HP. And, you can take a hit and you can hit super hard back. And that's because Azumarill's power isn't in its actual attack stat. It's just that its ability doubles its attack stat.
Yup.
So, like, so it has so much more room for all of its bulk and shit. But you can still invest in its speed and its attack, and it'll hit like a goddamn wrecking ball. And I love it. It's a beautiful mouse. It's a beautiful rabbit. I love it so much. I have always, like,
It's just a great design.
Yeah, it's really fun. Like, the Peekaboo meme is a very fun one.
I was in school at an old enough age, early enough in the Pokemon timeline, that Peekaboo was a serious rumor.
I don't remember if I was old enough.
No, you were born after Gen 2.
No, I was born before Gen 2. I was born, actually, like, the same year that Gen 1 came out in Japan. So, that's fun. I was 2 years old when Gen 1 came to the Americas, and I was, like, 5 or 6 when Gen 2 came out. But, like, the game, like, it stayed in the popular consciousness for a while, to me, it felt like. But a lot of my formative memories were playing the game, watching the show. We had VHSs of some of the shows, and then we also had the VHS for the third movie, one of the best movies of all time. Not anime movies, not Pokemon movies. I'm talking movies of all time.
I didn't get the chance to finish the third movie. I don't remember why, but I watched the first two all the way through, but I didn't get the chance to finish the third one.
The first two movies are really good too, but the third movie is so excellently put together, and it has more, like, because, like, the first two are very big narratives, and, they're, like, about the fate of the world and, like, the fate of, there's a lot of really big ideas, and, like, the first movie is very philosophical about the meaning of life, and then the second movie has some of that, but it's also a big, like, saving the world story. But the third movie is about
saving a little
depressed child and one kid's mom. And because Ash has that personal stake in the third movie, that is one of the reasons why it's really good. The other reason is that it has actual Pokemon battles in it. Like actual real Pokemon battles. Not only, like, like, the second movie doesn't have any of those. Like, the first movie kind of does, but not really. But the third one has, like, actual real, like, trainer on trainer Pokemon battles. And it has Ash riding his Charizard fighting a legendary Pokemon, which is also very, very cool.
Yeah.
So yes, if we should watch the third movie at some time. I think I have it downloaded on my computer, actually.
That would be fun.
Yeah, Oh, Surskit, hey, I was talking about you, Masquerain. Yeah, let me go look up how much it got buffed in Gen 7, because I wanna give you an idea. Because originally, Masquerain... Also, I just love Masquerain's design. I love the fact that it has Intimidate. I think it's such a cool, like... I think it's such a cool idea of how, like, because a lot of Pokemon, or a lot of insects, that are kind of like this have these like the eye spots, especially on like on butterflies. But I don't actually know entirely what kind of insect masquerade is supposed to be based off of. Obviously, like Surskit is a water skeeter, but I don't know how.
The thing about Masquerain is my most vivid memory about Masquerain is not knowing it existed in Gen 2. I played the hell out of Gen 2, and
It's from Gen 3.
Surskit's a Gen 2 Pokemon.
No, Surskit's a Gen 3 Pokemon. It was exceedingly rare in Ruby and Sapphire. It was like a 1% encounter. Like
Oh, it must have been Ruby and Sapphire that I was playing. It had no idea Masquerain existed.
Yeah, I had the strategy guides. It's not in Emerald, I don't think, or maybe it's like only in like 1 or 2 of the games, like it's a Virgin exclusive or something. I don't remember for sure, but it is it's very interesting. But it was in like it's a very rare small encounter. It looks
like a Gen 2 Pokemon, doesn't it?
I mean, there were a couple of like, sometimes Pokemon do like get carried over between generations. Like Gastrodon was supposed to be a Gen 3 Pokemon, stuff like that. I think that it looks, I could see, because like Gen 3 has, I feel like it works really well for Gen 3 because Gen 3 kind of has like this pseudo-tropical vibe, very, very wet because obviously, but
8 out of 8, too much water.
It's 8.2 out of 10. Get your meme correct. Know your meme.
Okay, if you're gonna shame me for messing up my line.
Okay, so apparently its Japanese name is Amemoth, which implies that it's supposed to be a combination of a water strider and a moth, which I don't know how closely those two are related in real life. Anyway, let me look at the stat buffs. Okay, so in Generation 3 through 6, it had 80 special attack and 60 speed, which is terrible.
Uh-huh.
In Generation 7, they bumped each of those up by 20.
Damn.
So it has 100 at special attack and 80 speed now. So it is a menace. They bumped it up because they introduced a water spider, and they were like, oh, we can make them counterparts. Okay, let's bump up its stats a little bit since we're making this one pretty good. So they have them as counterparts, which I think is really fun, and I really, really, really dig. And because Guzma is a bug trainer, he's the love of my life. That's my adult son. I love him very much. He's like my bro. He's like my brother, and he's great. And the fact that he has a Masquerain in addition to his Gliscod, it's just like so excellent. And the fact I was like, oh yeah, it's just a Masquerain, and then it outsped me, flinched the heck out of me with Air Slash, and then hit, and then was like, what the hell? It was so irritating. I was like, okay, I'm getting a call from somebody I do not know.
Stay quiet for a sec. I need to adjust audio delay that I just realized.
Okay.
Okay, you're good.
Cool. So Boing is asking about the power creep. I don't think that the power creep is... It kind of depends on how you look at it, because like every gen has good and bad Pokemon.
There's a lot of weird, powerful stuff in Gen 9, to be fair.
Yeah, but like Gen 8 also had some weird, powerful stuff, but also like Pokemon from Gen 1 have stayed relevant and powerful. Like Dragonite is still good. Like it's not as good as like other stuff, but like Charizard gets a lot of representation from other stuff, so like it kind of like constantly gets upgraded, but it's still good. Like it's still like solar power has been its hidden ability since Gen 5, and it's a really good hidden ability. Gyarados is still really, really good. It's so like you can argue that they keep introducing stuff that's like really powerful, but they're trying to make it like, but what they're trying to do is like introduce unique ways to make things powerful, and so that can kind of feel like power creep because it like makes you play the game a different way. But it's not. But it doesn't really feel the same as like how card games do it, where like oh, look at how much HP we have now. Look at how strong this effect is, etc. I don't know though. That might just be me.
I
That's how
haven't really paid much attention to competitive
because
ever.
like
So
competitive really last gen really centralized around Zacian and Incineroar. Incineroar, because it has Intimidate and it's pretty bulky and it hits decently hard and it has a lot of different moves, like is so useful in so many situations that you kind of have to be aware of it. And it was like it was used on most teams, and even the ones that didn't were like kind of feeling the loss of it. And Zacian is just the best, one of the best. Like Fairy Steel is arguably the best type in the game, and it hits extremely hard because it's really fast and it has a signature move that's really good. Notice some of these apply to the Fairy Steel Pokemon that we currently have. But the thing is, Zacian has like actually really high attack. So like the reason like they gave Tinkaton this 160 base power move that it can only use every other turn, but then they had to make sure that they didn't give her too much attack because they didn't want to repeat Zacian, because they recognized, because Zacian was on literally every single team.
Oh,
It's like,
can I just say I couldn't. I wanted to watch Gen 8 competitive. I tried a few times, but I just found it so boring that every team was 50% legendaries. I want regular Pokemon to get used. I find it more interesting when regular Pokemon get used and make up the
most of the time legendaries aren't allowed. It's in later parts of each generation they start opening it up to what they call restricted Pokemon, where you can have either one or two of these legendary Pokemon, and you kind of have to build your team around them because of how strong they are. But interestingly, in Gen 9, at the Worlds format last year, there was a lot of variants. A lot of people did use Zacian, like I said, but there was actually still a shocking amount of variability in like which legendaries you could use. Like the second place team was Lunala and Groudon, which like Lunala wasn't good in Gen 7 at all, so I found that really interesting. But I also felt the same way a lot. The ending of Gen 6 was really centralized because everybody was able to use Primal Kyogre and Groudon and Mega Rayquaza, and when you have those options, you can't use anything else. And I was like, I was
Mega Rayquaza remains the only Pokemon that Smogon has banned from Ubers.
False. That's not actually true. They banned a couple of the current ones, if I remember. They also banned Zacian, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, Houndstone, didn't they? They banned Houndstone from Ubers because of its 300 base power move?
They might have banned it to Ubers. I haven't been paying a ton of attention. I don't really play singles. Mega Rayquaza just has such a huge fucking base stat total. It's like, yeah, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Like, I was thinking, like, oh, this is a cool story thing. I'm glad that they're not going to let me use this in competitive. And then they let you use it in competitive. And I'm like, why?
Whoops. All right. So Buizel and Floatzel.
This thing. I love this thing. Part of it is the anime. Ash has a Buizel that is just such a good, good edgy boy. But like, it's such a simple design. It's like, okay, it's got a propeller tail. It's got a it's got like a life jacket, and it goes around. It's an otter that saves. It's an otter weasel that saves people, and it can bite stuff and punch stuff, and like, it's a little bit vicious looking, but mostly cute. And it's like, yes, it's the perfect representation of how otters actually are. It's very excellent.
I really like that they made Buizel and Floatzel look furry in this game.
They did.
The fur
textures in this game are like really good. The textures in this game are like shockingly well put together.
I really like the cell shaded cartoony look of Gen 8, but the more I look at the details of the Pokemon in Gen 9, the more I like it.
Yeah, I definitely vibe with that. Like, there's not a lot for me to say about Buizel and Floatzel. I just love them. I use them in Gen 4 all the time. Like, I like Pokemon that go fast and hit hard, and like, for a lot of water types, they're more bulky. These guys are very offensive water types, and they're so much fun. They get so many good moves, and lots of solid type coverage between ice moves and dark moves, and it's very, very solid as a Pokemon, and I think that they're just so fun, and there's not a lot else to say other than, yes, good, excellent.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh,
It's
Wooper.
Palday and Wooper.
I love the way that they have formatted its photograph.
Yeah,
it's like an
seriously.
animation. It's like an animation. It's like getting ready, and then it goes. Wah, wah,
I
wah,
have loved
wah,
Wooper.
wah.
I have loved Wooper since Gen 2.
We love Wooper in this house. I love the way that it looks like a skull and crossbones.
Yeah, they did
a poison type.
They did
It's
a great job with
excellent
Palday and Wooper's
regional
design.
form. It's simple, which is good. I appreciate the big wide mouth. Like Wooper is a very classic old school design that's just like it's a little salamander metamorphosizing, and so it doesn't have arms, it just has legs.
Yeah, going for regional forms since Gen 7 is a really good design choice, Bling.
There's only a couple in this game, which is interesting. Because like because of the past and future forms, probably they focused on those a lot. There's only like Wooper and Tauros this gen, which is interesting. They didn't want to but I don't mind too much because they're both really good designs in my opinion. We'll get to Tauros later.
Let's be real. Let's be 100% real. Wiglet and Toadstool are Diglett and Tentacool. They just have different flavor. They're regional. In spirit, they're regional designs.
Toadstool, definitely. It's very interesting that both Diglett and Wiglet are in this game, but Tentacool and Toadstool aren't both in the game. I don't know what that's about. I guess because they had two other poison types. Like, they had a bunch of other poison types that they were trying to play around with. There are a lot of poison types in this game, to be honest. Clodsire is excellent. I don't know what I expected.
Clodsire is perfectly shaped. What a shaped Pokemon.
I don't know what I was expecting from Wooper's evolution.
I was expecting a Quag.
But it's just Quag horizontal, and I love that. It's got like a big tail. It's a chonky boy, and the way he freaking waddles is so good.
I love the way it moves. It's so good.
It's very shaped. You're correct. It's just like you take the Quag and you make it horizontal, and you make it just a little bit chunkier and blobbier, and it's like, yes. It's perfect. It's very much more of a, like, it turns it from aquatic into muddy, and I think it works very good. Like, it very much accentuates the mud, and then it, like, attacks and it shoots out these weird horns, and you're like, oh, okay, this is a very strange creature that probably would hurt me if I touched it too much.
It's a flawless creature, and I love it.
Yes,
it's the MVP of my main playthrough is my Clodsire.
Yeah, it's a solid mod. It's very interesting because it doesn't actually have that good of stats. Like, it doesn't really, like, it's a very bulky boy, but it doesn't really hit that hard. But it's a very bulky boy, so like you can set up with it and stuff.
Toxic Stall is a thing.
It's true. Oh, hey, Psyduck's next. I don't know why Psyduck's in this game, but I don't care. I think it's really. Like the whole thing, we talked about the fact that Golduck is a Kappa, which is why it's there. Kappas are like mystical creatures.
I don't have a problem with Psyduck. I have a problem with running across a Psyduck every 5 feet through half the game.
Fair.
And
that's fair. I mean, like, that is how ducks feel, though. Golduck
does not belong in Area 0. Golduck is not cool enough for Area 0. Girafarig is weird. Girafarig belongs in Area 0 because it's weird. Volcarona belongs in Area 0 because it's awesome.
Braviary is cool. Chansey is cool and like, kind of mystical.
Chansey is mystical.
And Flabebe, the Floette and Florges are mystical and stuff.
I don't think Flabebe line belongs in Area 0. I do think the
Dino line I think it works because
does.
There are so many flowers in that place. And it's so colorful and crystalline and stuff, and it feels very fairy realm-like, and I think it sells it as, like, I think that the main fairies being there does sell it as, like, a very weird, otherworldly place. I don't know, I think Golduck does look very weird and simple, but, like, it is a pretty weird design when you get right down to it. Like, it's a very weird Pokemon because, you know, like, I mean, it's just a Kappa that's like kind of duck adjacent. And like it's like a very sanitized Kappa design. And Kappas are so weird, man. So like I think it works well enough. I wish that it was a psychic type. I've always thought
It
that
should have
be
been a psychic type, yeah.
But you know, like I have a soft spot for Psyduck because of the anime, and it's just derpy and silly, and the poor thing is chronically ill. and then like I don't know, like there's a lot of different variations on like what it means when your Psyduck evolves into Golduck, and like how it manages its powers. I do love the photo with Psyduck just paddling backwards, the way that it goes in like Pokemon Snap, just in the background. It's very good. I think that the contrast between Psyduck and Golduck is the point, and I think it works really well in a certain sense, and I think it works fine. Bling asked a question a bit ago, a game that is only regional forms. I don't know how that would work, but I think it would be fun.
Well, I think
like make an Orange Islands game.
I think the problem that comes along with that is that you have to bank on familiarity to some extent. One of the problems and one of the reasons Gen 5 didn't do as well as the gen surrounding it is because it was all new Pokemon. There were no old Pokemon in the regional decks. It was 151 new Pokemon spread out over the region, and there was nothing recognizable. And I like
that, right?
What?
Like the reason that they did that, right, is because it had been 10 years, and they thought that like the old audience would have moved on. At least that's what I assume, because like this ties into a problem that I have with a lot of stuff. Like I don't know if the Pokemon Company wants to be making Pokemon, which is a whole other conversation.
Oh, that's a whole conversation we shouldn't get into here.
But also, like, there's this whole idea that you're supposed to grow out of stuff, right? And like, Ash Ketchum has to stay 10 because it wouldn't make sense, quote unquote, for a 20-year-old to be going on these adventures. Like, this is supposed to be a kids franchise, even though it hides its weird adult stuff in there. It's not supposed to be something that like they didn't expect it I feel like at first for it to have the kind of longevity that it has. And so I feel like they expected that, oh, okay, all of the kids who grew up with Pokemon, they're like 15, 16, 17 now, and they're playing other games. So we should make this new for the new people who want to play, who like are now 7, 8 years old and haven't played the other games in the series. At least that's what I would feel like. That's like the kind of vibe I get.
That was probably the reasoning. The thing that tripped them up. The thing that tripped them up is that Pokemon is really good. It's really good. It's really fun. It encourages you to play it a lot and to keep playing, and especially with shiny hunting, to replay it. Yeah. And it adds a social aspect where you can play with other people. There's a reason that Call of Duty sells so much every year, despite being a copy-pasted, in my opinion, boring game, and it's because you get to play with other people. Nobody cares about the campaign. It's a multiplayer game, and people play with other people. And Pokemon has a strong element of that supplements the single-player experience. And so you have people who form these bonds with not only the game, which they do. I have mostly played Pokemon by myself for most of my life, but with other people who also like Pokemon, and that love of Pokemon doesn't go away. It stays. No. You are a Pokemon fan forever.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the reason that I bring this up is because they tried to do this with the anime, too. Like, they tried to, like, make it so that Ash was kind of a beginner again, and kind of, like, because, like, after Sinnoh, he like, during Sinnoh, he was very strategic and very, like, very capable, and he got to the semifinals, and the only way that it felt like the only way that they could have him lose was to introduce a character with an entire team of legendaries.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And even then, Ash did better against that guy than anybody else in the entire tournament, right? So it felt like he was super strong, and then so like I guess they felt like, okay, well, nobody's going to want to watch this the same thing every time. So like, let's try starting over with this new idea and with all these new Pokemon. But then it turned out, oh, okay, people didn't like that. All right, let's actually. And then from then on, Ash was like very much a skilled professional, and like, you know, now he's the world champion. You know, that's
Good
the whole
for
thing.
him. I'm gonna interrupt you here. I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay, I'll hang out here. How y'all doing? I'm just here. I still haven't actually finished completing my Pokedex yet, because I still need all of the Violet exclusives. I did get a Mischievous via Wonder Trade. I may as well go ahead and Wonder Trade a little bit here. I am at 380 of 400, so I just need 20 left. It's just all of the Violet exclusives except for Mischievous and Iron Hands. So I may as well do a couple of Wonder Trades here. Ooh, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I like the series a lot. It's very good. I think that Explorers is arguably a little bit overrated. Super is probably my favorite, but I think that all of them are really solid. Even if the older ones definitely show their age in a lot of ways. Like they're still like, the older ones are pretty clunky, but like the more recent ones, like the DX fixes all of the performance problems, and it's so much fun just to like play and go through a bunch of dungeons and stuff. So I like PMD a lot. Okay, let's Wonder Trade this random Lechonk. Away we go! So I'm just in a random area. I haven't checked my, no, yeah, I'm connected to the internet, good. How do you mean? I feel like the story is actually pretty unique, depending on, like, I feel like each one is, addresses very different themes. Like, well, not very different themes, but I feel like each of them is different enough that they feel distinct. I got a Scatterbug!
Alright, I'm back.
Cool, I just did a quick Wonder Trade. Bling was asking about Mystery Dungeon.
I actually haven't played much Mystery Dungeon. I played, like, the first 10 minutes of the Game Boy Advance one 15 years ago, and I played the demo of the remake on Switch last year.
Did you like the demo?
I thought it was fun. I didn't think it was $60 fun.
I can vibe with that. The thing about it is that, like other Pokemon games, you can play it forever, basically. Like it's so sink a million hours into like the gameplay loop once you get into it.
I should also stress that I am very poor.
That's
so
fair.
I have to pick and choose what $60 games I get. So
that's definitely fair. I apologize. I'm a privileged motherfucker. It looks like the event, the Charizard event, is already over. That went fast. I don't have Charizard.
It was running for 3 days, and it's going to run for 3 days later in the month, and that's it. Did you not get a Charizard?
I got a bunch of Charmanders Wonder traded to me. My Pokemon still aren't like high enough level to even manage 6-star raids most of the time. I'm getting there though. I'm like at 77 now, so that's good.
It's easy enough to grind. I mean, at worst, you can do the Ace tournament over and over.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of raids to get the candy instead because it's a little bit faster. I like, and I mean, like I need the items from it anyway, like the sellables for. So it's like, you know, there's a lot to do. So there's a lot that I can get from them. So I figure I may as well just do a bunch of the raids. My 6-star for the day is a ghost type, and I'm going to investigate it really fast. Oh, it's a Mimikyu. 6-star Mimikyu. I wonder if I could do that. I don't know. Okay, let's get back to the DX. It's Choodle. It's Choodle. Choodle's such a funky little guy.
I hate the way its head is bigger than its body. I hate Choodle.
I think, like, I wasn't expecting Dreadnought to have a pre-evo either, and when I saw Choodle, I'm like, oh my god, this is the derpiest thing ever. But, like,
I like Dreadnought.
Dreadnought looks awesome, but like I think that Choodle is very effective in being what it is trying to be, which is like a very cartoon idea of like what you think a snapping turtle is, which is a giant mouth and the body is an afterthought. I think that works really well in terms of like the goofier designs that Pokemon has had. I think that it works really solidly.
As somebody who's handled snapping turtles in the past and really likes them, it kind of fell flat for me.
That's fair. I also really like snapping turtles, and I agree that it is like a little derpier than it needed to be. But I think it works fine as like a dumb little baby. Like it's supposed to look like a dumb little baby, and I kind of appreciate that. And I think that its glow up into Dreadnought is very effective. I used a Dreadnought the first time I played Sword, but I didn't like use it a ton because it's like it's not bad. It's obviously very good, but it learns its best moves a little late.
That 4x weakness to grass, though.
Yeah, grass types aren't really that common. I mean, like they're fairly common in the main game, I guess. I don't know. It feels pretty easy to play around for the most part, and it's bulky enough. Like it depends on what kind of grass type, because there are a fair amount of physical ones these days, and it can take a physical hit pretty easily. It's the same thing as like Caracosta. Oh my god, wait, it's like stretching out its neck in the photo. I didn't notice that. That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. It's balloon time. Oh, it's balloon time.
It is balloon time.
So I caught the Jigglypuff that's like the fancy Terra one on like the second area. And it was Water Terror, and it had Water Pulse, and I'm like, okay, I'm catching you, your name is Water Balloon. Turns out Water Balloon didn't fit, so it's H2O Balloon. But I've used it the whole game, and it's great, and I really like it. Like, it's bulky, it doesn't have, like, great special attack, and it's not super fast, but it has tons of HP, and it gets, it's a normal type. I love normal types because they're so versatile. And it's just, it's just a big old balloon, and I think it's cute. It's interesting that it goes, instead of going like 1, 2, 3, it goes 3 Igglybuff, 2 Jigglypuff, 1 Wigglytuff. It's like they're combining, which I don't know how to feel about.
Jigglypuff absorbed.
It's very fun though. You can definitely tell Igglybuff was added later, but it does still flow really well. Like you can tell it was added later because it has different color eyes for some reason. I don't know why they went with red eyes on Igglybuff, but,
I would never really use a Wigglytuff. It doesn't really fit the aesthetic that I go for, or the type of Pokemon I value in a basic playthrough, but I like its design.
I just liked it because I didn't have a ton of water options at the time, and...
Oh, you don't get very many water options at all in this game.
You kind of have to go down to the water, and it's like, you have to finagle it to make it work. But I did like do a whole bunch of exploring, and so I did find plenty of water options. I caught myself a Weasel and everything like that. So like it wasn't like I didn't have water options, but I didn't have like any fairies up until that point. Like I had a Fido, but Fido wasn't really doing a ton at the time.
Fido sucks until it learns Play Rough at a ludicrously low level.
Yeah, and then it's like then you've got a Doxbun that's just like tearing it up, and it's great.
It's an all-star.
Yeah.
My Doxbun knows Play Rough, Thunderfang, and Crunch.
I think that's the same moveset that mine has. I like Jigglypuff. I've always kind of liked Jigglypuff. I usually would use like a Clefairy in Gen 1, but because like you find them in the same area, and Wigglytuff, like Jigglypuff only starts out being able to sing, so it's kind of weird to raise, but I still like its design a lot, and again, bias the anime makes it very memorable. And Wigglytuff is a major character. One of the
best jokes of the early anime did.
Wigglytuff is a major character in one of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, interestingly enough. And
I think I've seen that, yeah.
Yeah, it's so it uses Hyper Voice and everything, and it's very funny and interesting. Yeah, it's just a very simple design that it's not like one of my favorites, but I love basically all Pokemon, so I'm just here like, yeah, I'll give Wigglytuff a try this gen, why not? Okay, we got Routes. I love Routes. I love Routes' bowl cut. I love its little hidden eyes. I love the line a lot. Like, obviously it's kind of a cliche, to like Ralts and Kirlia and Gardevoir and Gallade. Like they're very popular Pokemon, but like they're very well designed.
I think they're if not the best designed line in Gen 3, one of the best designed lines in Gen 3.
I don't use them very often, but that's mostly just because I don't use Psychic types that often. Like I always feel like this slot could be used somewhere with some other thing, some other type. But like, and also Routes was really rare in Gen 3, and I usually didn't want to like hunt for it all the time. But I do like it a lot. It is very well designed. Like in terms of being human-shaped Pokemon, but very clearly being something that is not human. I think that these guys pull it off among the best. Like these are clearly Fae from a different universe, from like a different realm. And they're like nice, they're not going to hurt you necessarily, but they're very otherworldly, and I appreciate that. And obviously, there's a reason that everybody wants to, I get it. It's not beyond the pale. It's very.
Let's not talk about that on this stream.
This isn't a reaction to Markiplier Smash or Pass. Okay, my bad.
I love that he dropped that with no context, no preamble, just started the video with it. But yeah, let's not talk about that on this stream.
Okay, so Bling has asked a question. It's technically an emotional sensing organ, like it's a horn on Routes and Kirlia, and it turns into like something on their chest for Gallade and Gardevoir.
Here's the thing about Gallade. I don't like Gallade's design. I don't like a lot of the Gen 4 added evolutions. I think
most of them are great, but like.
But you like everything.
Really nice. They were really nice to bugs that gen, so like, I kind of had to. But like, I mean, Gallade is kind of weird looking, but I think it works pretty well.
I don't think it fits with the other. Weird. I don't think it fits with the rest of the line. It's clearly designed by somebody else. And I don't think it fits.
But let me send you a link. So let me send you a link to something that I find really interesting. They're Romeo and Juliet. That's the way that I interpret them anyway. And the reason I do that is because of the channel that I mentioned, the National Dex. Their series about Pokemon design and everything. It's a defunct series now. It hasn't been going since Gen 7, and it's very sad. But they did an episode on Gardevoir. I think it was Gardevoir, not Gallade. Hold on, let me pause it because I didn't mean to play it. No, stop. Okay, but yes, they did an episode on it. And the fact that they're like masquerade dancers is like, because like, especially when they mega evolve, they look very much like royalty. And so it's kind of the vibe of they're like a dancing troupe that is also, because like, when you're a theater troupe, because like waltz kind of sounds like waltz, right?
Uh-huh.
So like they're kind of dancers, but then they're sort of like, Gallade is like a performance like a performance martial artist, and it kind of flows together like that, and it kind of gives the vibe of the Romeo and Juliet situation, because that's like a really famous play where there's a lot of battles and stuff. So I'm not explaining it super well, but like the whole idea of them being tied to emotion and stuff like that, I think it does work well enough. And, like, the idea of having a male version of Gardevoir, because Gardevoir looks very feminine, I do get it. But I kind of see what you mean as well at the same time. So, like, I don't know, though. I think it works, especially because the Mega Evolutions really work together. I think that they work very well at like, making the designs flow together. But, I mean, I might just think that because Gallade is Seto Kaiba. Anyway, like he's got the freaking white cape and the dual disc arms, like I think Allied works really well. I don't love the elbow blades. I think they're a little bit weird as an idea, but
Definitely weird.
they work as tonfa. That's how tonfa work. Like they're meant to represent tonfa instead of which are like a defensive weapon. It's supposed to only raise its weapons to defend. So it's very specifically not meant to be able to attack someone easily, like to harm someone easily. And I think that's actually a kind of a cool idea. It's like it's defensive blades, and I think that's interesting. Oh, that's right, Drowsy and Hypno are in this game.
I had no idea until I was playing Final Fantasy VI yesterday that the Japanese had a thing about tapers eating dreams.
Oh, really?
I just thought Drowsy and Hypno were something weird that Gen 1 dreamed up.
No, yeah, it's so cool. Baku, and the coolest thing about it is that Baku have a negative. I have a negative version and a positive version. So Drowsy and Muna, and I think that's so cool. I think that's so neat, and they even kind of look similar. Like if you look at Musharna, it looks like a pink Drowsy. Like it looks like a hunched over pink Drowsy. Like because like Muna has this flower pattern, but Musharna drops it and just has like the same kind of wavy thing on its back end, and the same kind of like it's a little bit stumpier, but it still has. It's like they do look kind of related, but like obviously they have different kind of design philosophies, and Musharna doesn't have ears and all the other things.
Yeah, definitely.
So there's this
designed by different people, 15 years apart.
Oh yeah, but so I have an interesting experience with Hypno in this game. I was wandering around the mines, right? And like there's a bunch of different tunnels, and in one like kind of secluded tunnel, there's like this one guy who's like, I'm having a baby soon, so that's cool. And I'm like, okay, sure. And then he sends out this Hypno, and I'm like, you're all alone, separate from a bunch of other people with a Hypno. That's a little weird. But I my brain went down a couple of different paths, none of which are really good for this stream. But it was definitely weird.
Let's not talk about this stuff on stream.
Yeah, sorry. Anyway, Hypno is a very weird Pokemon on purpose, and I don't like it, obviously. But like, I don't hate it. Like it accomplishes its goal, and that's fine. It's fine.
I'm not a Hypno fan. I love the Ghastly line. I love it. It's some of my favorite Pokemon from Gen 1. It's so fun.
They are very simple and effective ghosty guys, and I appreciate them very much.
I also remember the episode of the Kanto season of the anime
they had so many ghost episodes in the original series of the anime. Like in Kanto and the Orange Islands, there were like 4 or 5 different Ghastly focused episodes. Like because they just kept wanting to use ghost stories because the head writer really liked spooky shit.
I'm thinking specifically of the one where Ash dies.
Mm-hmm. And they like Japanese comedy shows, and it's very funny. And I appreciate the whole idea of like building up these ghosts and then they turn out to be gremlins, and I think that's very funny. And I like the transition between Haunter, like Ghastly Haunter and Gengar. I think especially in the older sprites that very much looked at Haunter very much looked more like gas-like and worked a lot better as like a transition. It looks a lot more solid
there are a
3D
few
model.
There are a few Pokemon, Shelder and Cloyster in particular, that don't really translate from 2D to 3D. Like, Shelder and Cloyster are supposed to be a black void with eyes peeking out from inside it. It's supposed to be shadows, not a black ball in the center of their shell.
True, but I think it works fine because it kind of embodies like a pearl, so it kind of works in that way. So I think it works fine enough, but you're not wrong.
But yeah, I think Haunter should be a bit more ephemeral rather than solid spikes. But Ghastly and Gengar are great.
I do like the disembodied hands. I've always liked Haunter the most out of these 3. Probably
Same,
because
I think.
Like it's the one that Ash gets, sort of. I mean, he got a Gengar this past season of the anime, and it's a pretty cool dude. But I don't know, something about like the disembodied head with hands thing. Maybe it's the Zelda player in me that's like, ah yes, the recognizable shape of a head with two hands. Oh my god, Tandemaus is next! Oh my god, Tandemaus is next! What I love about Tandemaus is that it's genderless and there is no indication that one is female and one is male. Like, one is wearing a shirt and the other is wearing pants, but they're barely visible, and that's not really clear on like which one is which exactly.
I never noticed that. I couldn't see it. I've never looked at a Tandemaus up close, but I actually saw in a little bit of. I was watching a little bit of Gen 9 competitive last night, and I saw Tandemaus in battle. Not Tandemaus, Mousehold in battle for the first time, and one of the babies is hiding behind one of the adults like it's scared, and it's the cutest thing.
I love it. It's just a little family of mice, and I know it's just two more Tandemaus, but for some reason that's so excellent, especially with how it evolves. Because they just appear. They just appear.
Yeah,
I mean, like that's. Like you battle with them, and then they hit level 25, and then the kids just show up, and it's great.
I wish you had to bring them out in battle for the evolution, but my Tandemaus evolved into a Mousehold just automatically at the end of battle, and I didn't have to send it out to see it for the first time. I wish it evolved when you sent it out as a Mousehold.
That would be interesting, but I don't know how they would program that exactly.
Apparently, they didn't know how to program it either.
Yeah, that's what I meant. But I do really like, because like, you know, the whole idea of like rodents do work in groups. So the idea of showcasing social rodent behavior with this like very cute, silly design with their giant angry mouths, like the way that they go rah when they attack, is very fun.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, click on their motions and you can see them all go rah. And it's very funny. And then like they have they're like being brushed. Then they're like being brushed animation is very good.
Cute.
I really do love them. Oh hey, speaking of mice, it's Pichu!
Oh, with an Igglybuff and an Azurill. Cute. I love that Pichu's ears are furry. Can you see the detail where it's kind of blended between the yellow and black? And the black has fur patterns too. It's furry! They actually made the Pokemon furry in this game.
God bless. God bless. They're having a little parade. Oh, it's so good. I love baby Pokemon. They're so unnecessary and so cute. Pikachu's just hanging out, and then with Raichu, there's a Pikachu in the background, and Raichu's just like, don't worry, guys, come on, I'm cool too. Look at me, I'm taking over the screen. And I appreciate that.
It'll be interesting when you can bring Alolan Raichu in from home when that gets connected.
Yeah.
Isn't Alolan Raichu, like, actually good?
Alolan Raichu is pretty solid. I mean, regular Raichu can be good too, because Fake Out is really good, Lightning Rod is really good. You have to use it properly, but like it won the World Championships in 2016.
Oh, Raichu won the World Championships?
Yep, piloted by Wolfie VGC, the guy that I
told you about. That's why.
Yeah. It's very it's got a lot of utility moves, and it can do a lot of interesting things if you are smart enough to use it. But it's very frail, so you kind of have to be careful. But yeah, they released a special Pikachu with Follow Me, I think. But I don't remember if it was Follow Me or Fake Out. But yeah, Fake Out it gets Fake Out, and that's pretty good. And I love Pikachu, man. I fucking love the whole Pikachu line. They're all great. You can love all forms of it at the same time, and I think it is just absolutely amazing. It's a great mascot. I want to cuddle it.
They really picked well, yeah.
It's just so good. And Raichu's really cool, too. I really do like Raichu. I think it is an excellent...
I love Raichu's ears.
Yeah, I love its long tail. I like the fact that it's like a grounding wire is so good. It's such a good idea.
Yeah.
It's so simple. It's so good. It's very excellent, and I really do like it.
But yeah, Blaine, Pikachu is in this gen. Pikachu is in every gen except Gen 5 in the regional dex. And I was actually wondering the other day, because Venonat is finally free of its prison. This is the first gen it's been in a regional dex since Gen 1 and 2. And I was wondering the other day, are there any Pokemon that, aside from Pikachu, that have been in every regional dex except for Gen 5?
Oh god, I know that there have been a couple that are close. Meowth I think Meowth is in every regional dex. Well, no, Meowth isn't in Hoenn, but or in it might. I don't think it's in Sinnoh either. But Meowth is in a lot of them, obviously because it's had its regional forms recently. But I don't think it was in Gen 6 either. Never mind. Meowth's only recently become that memeable. But Eevee has been in most regional dexes. It wasn't in Gen 3 or 4, but it has been in every other one.
I'm glad they're leaning into Eevee as
It's such a good counterpart to Pikachu.
Yeah.
As a mascot, because no, Pikachu's occasionally Pikachu is rare. Like Pikachu is usually kind of rare and hard to find, but it is usually available in most games. Like in Gen 3, you can only get it in the Safari Zone, but you can get it. In Gen 1 and 2, it's very rare. You can only get it in Gen 2 in the post game unless you get like a mystery egg and crystal that has a Pichu in it. And then in Gen 1, you can only get it in Viridian Forest really rarely, or in the power plant way later in the game. You know, it's always a little bit harder to get. In more recent games, they've been giving you Pichu that you have to raise. But yeah, Eevee is such a good counterpart to Pikachu because Pikachu, the historical Pikachu, does not evolve, and then Eevee can evolve into a bunch of different things. And it's like, yes, there's such good contrast there. It's such an excellent thing. And like the fact that it's so variable, where Pikachu is very much like very focused and centered on the idea of its electricity and speed, and then Eevee can be anything. It's like, it's a very good contrast, but they're both very similarly cute.
My favorite enemy trainer team in this game is Penny's.
Oh, Penny is great. That's such a good character choice. It's like she's just a weeb with her Eevees.
They've got to sell that backpack, right? They have to sell that backpack.
Oh, that would be very good. I wasn't sure I didn't think that she would have a full Eevee team when like obviously she's got the Eevee backpack, and then she sent out her Umbreon, and I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, this is excellent.
I love that they're all hanging out in her room.
It's so good. She just has 6 dogs.
They're foxes.
Let them be dogs. It's okay. Like, I mean that because this is a very dog-heavy game. Like, there are so many dogs in this game, and clearly she has dogs. Like, you know, like, Espeon is very clearly a cat, and it's sleeping like a cat, so that's fine. But every other one in her room is just being a dog. It's true. Yeah, Flutter just said all Pokemon are good dogs, and that's a fair point.
That is a fair point.
Speaking of good dogs, guess who's next?
Fido and Darkspun are...
it's such a good evolution. It's such a good progression.
Fido...
It is exactly what I wanted.
Fido and Darkspun are the reason that Ortega and Katie should have swapped types. Katie should be a Baker with a Fido.
I can see that, but I like Ortega as this tiny little twink extremely with his fairies. I think, and his outfit is great, and Ortega is just exactly my aesthetic, and I appreciate him very good. So yeah, I think that it works. I feel like I think that it works because they gave her an Ursa ring instead. And I think that her entire...
We can get into my problem with the gym leader teams later if you want. But...
No, but I really like it because of the way that her rematch, and like she wants to be more than the first gym leader, and that's great because
the character arcs for these gym leaders are great. I just have a problem with their team comp.
Historically a weak type, but like her ace is a bear that represents, first of all, honey, which is really funny, and second of all, like the fact that she wants to be taken more seriously. The evolution of Teddy Ursa to Ursaring is very good. It's very good. I do understand your problem. You talked about it a little bit, the whole idea of, but I kind of like having two
To lay
aces.
it out, my problem with the gym leader teams in this game is that all of their aces are off theme. For example, especially Katie's team. What she got on her team? No, let's use a different
Tarantula, a
example.
Nimble, and a Teddy Ursa. She just has the two early bugs and the Teddy Ursa.
Yeah,
It's unfortunate.
she's a bad example. Let's use Kofu as an example. Kofu has a team of water-type Pokemon. He has a team of decent water-type Pokemon for his level. And he has a Veluza, which he constantly references in his dialogue. Veluza is a Gen 9 Pokemon. It's perfect for the water leader's ace. But his ace is a crab that isn't water-type. It's fighting ice.
But that works too because it's there, because it's also food, and that's so good. And like he has a Wiglet, which is an eel, which is also food. They're all seafood. I love it. It's actually really interesting and thematic. Like I understand the idea that you want to have a Gen 9 Pokemon be their ace, but also the idea of having two ace Pokemon is actually kind of cool. And the fact that Larry's ace is Larry's off Gen ace is a normal flying type, which is both on brand because it's still a normal type because he really likes normal types because he wants, simplicity, but it also foreshadows his type as an Elite Four member, and he still uses that Staraptor, and I think that's so cool.
That is pretty cool, but I'm of the opinion that Dunsparce should have had the spotlight there.
But
I love Dunsparce.
It works really well as his ace. I think the idea of having two aces is kind of a fun idea. The execution is a little bit weird, but I think that having the theming be a little bit more open and being more character oriented, like Tofu having a bunch of seafood and Fruilawudo, that's good.
Okay, Truly Wudo is the one I like the best out of all the off-type aces.
That one's really fun. I like the fact that Katie has this hidden bear. The fact that that Iono has a Miss Magius, which is a notorious trickster Pokemon, because it's kind of because she's kind of a problem, she's
a troll.
Yeah, and the fact that it has levitate, so she does the Electric Terra levitate strategy to get rid of her weakness, and it's oh my god, that's so clever and so interesting on a character level that it's a troll in 3 levels, and it's very fun, and I think that really works. And then oh god, I don't remember the psychic leaders off type ace because I beat her really fast.
Hang on, what is it? It's
I think it's a fairy type, but I don't remember.
Shoot, what was it? I can't remember.
Hold on, I'm going to go look. Grusha's ace is an Altaria, which is interesting because it's snowy, kind of the vibe of a snowy mountaintop. And Altaria are often associated with high mountains and also keeping people warm. Like in the Pokemon Ranger movie, the backstory of the Pokemon Ranger in the title is that he was saved in a mountain by a bunch of Pokemon, and the main proportion of that was a flock of Altaria and Swablu, and that's really cool. Okay, so Tulip, what is her team? It's a Florges, yeah. It's a
right,
Florges.
It is a Florges, yeah.
And that works,
that works. It's perfume.
Psychic and Fairy are already very related in terms of, in a lot of ways. God, I don't remember what rhymes final Pokemon is either. Oh, it's
a
a Toxtricity,
Toxtricity,
of
yeah.
course. Of course. Oh my god, because it's a punk. And so, like, all of them are very character-driven in that way, and I think it really works. It especially works with Rhyme because she's got double battles, which is great. I love when the games bust out double battles because double battles are good and I love them. Anyway, back to Fido and Darkspun, which are
Such good dogs.
they're such good dogs. They are absolutely phenomenal designs. I don't know if Dachshunds are a Spanish thing. I feel like Dachshunds are a German breed.
They are, yeah.
But
I don't think there is a Spanish breed of dog, really.
Hold on. I know there are Mexican ones that they could have brought in, and they kind of did. I think that Mastiff is kind of supposed to draw on some of the hairless Mexican breeds a little bit, like in the coloration and like the attitude a little bit.
Mastiff is a Mastiff.
Yeah, but it's got like aspects of other dogs as well. Like obviously it's a Mastiff, but like Mastiffs don't act like that and aren't dark types. They're very goofy, lovable dudes.
Oh, are Spaniels Spanish?
Oh,
I guess Spaniel.
That might work.
I never connected that.
Spanish dog breeds. I'm here on Google. Spanish dog breeds. Okay, so there are some. There's something called so there's Spanish Greyhound, Podenco Canario, Spanish Water Dog. What the heck is Velano de las Encartaciones? Okay, it's a Spanish breed of large working dog. So it's like a shepherd of some kind. There's some sheepdogs, a couple of greyhound adjacent ones. That's interesting. Oh, there is a Spanish Mastiff. Okay, that would explain Mastiff.
Oh my god, a detail I just noticed. You know how if you have fresh baked bread, they'll slice it a little bit so that it has openings when it bakes. Those are Darkspun's toes.
Oh, that's true. Oh, they are. Oh, what a good dog.
That's a great design choice. I love it.
God, it's such a good. Like, you bake the bread and you make it a bigger dog and you make it like a loaf-shaped dog. Which is why it's a dachshund, because it's a loaf-shaped dog, and that's so good. It's so excellent. It's just a perfect little evolution. And
yeah,
it does
one
have,
of the best Pokemon
elements.
From this gen, definitely.
Like, even if Spaniels are apparently not actually from Spain, this is kind of the color of a lot of Spaniels.
And it's got Spaniel ears too.
Yeah, so I think that Spaniels were definitely like an inspiration. It's Slackoth with a Psyduck and a Slowpoke. That's such good. Oh my god. Slackoth, its whole line is excellent. I love the idea of it very much.
I like it mechanically a lot. I think it's a really cool mechanically done Pokemon.
Yeah, the idea of like a really strong Pokemon with a big downside is something that they've tried a few times. And Archaeops is my favorite, but Slacking is the OG, and I respect it. The fact that it's like two different kinds of sloth, and then like this big gorilla guy who is kind of sloth adjacent, but mostly a gorilla, is a little weird, but I'd still dig it. And Norman is still terrifying to this day.
Oh god, yeah, the normal type gym leaders are tough. They're always tough.
You damn right. I am a normal type specialist. In the story that I'm writing, I even am sort of planning on making it so that when I fight Norman, because it's a story taking place in Hoenn, I don't want to fight Norman until I have 3 normal types to fight him with. So I'm planning on catching a Girafarig, and I already have like a planned. My Porygon is my starter, and then I'm planning on catching a Zangoose. So there's like a whole thing, and I want to fight him normal against normal, because nice. I am a normal specialist.
Oh, welcome back, Venom.
Hello, we're talking about the Pokedex. How you doing? I appreciate that Slackoth is just hanging out in the background of both Vigoroth and Slacking's photos.
Here's a question. I've only ever seen Vigoroth and Slacking in the wild. Where the hell do you find Slackoth?
I think they're in trees, sleeping.
Oh, that's why, because nothing ever drops from trees.
Yeah, I just bred one.
Yeah, I've tried to knock stuff out of trees constantly. The only Pokemon
Like, you can see them in the trees if they're in the trees. Like, they have to be visible. Like, I've seen, like, a Lokix hanging out in a tree. Actually, it might have been a Spidos, but, like, just standing there, like, in the tree. And I'm like, whoa! And then I knock it out, and it falls out. And it's very interesting. Like, there'll sometimes be birds in there. Like, I only see it when I'm, like, looking at it from above. But it is something that you can see, which is interesting. But yeah, excuse me, I just bred a Slackoth for my Pokedex.
Same.
I think I don't remember. Oh no, yeah, Bounsweet are bouncing around, but it's in a tree here because sometimes sometimes I did see them in trees. But Bounsweet is next, and I love Bounsweet. It's also an excellent progression line.
Bounsweet is very cute.
I think that the Bounsweet to Sini to Sarina evolution is such a good progression. In the anime, both of its evolutions are magical girl transformations. And yes, it's very excellent. And like the Mangosteen, like the way that it like pops out and like it turns into a skirt, and then like Serena is it's a very fun design. I think it's a very, very, very solid progression.
Yeah, I don't feel strongly about it, but it's a very good design. Like, yeah, I don't think I'd ever use a Serena, but
I have used Serena in Alola games. They actually offer you, they actually offer you like 2 Steenie trades, in Alola for some reason.
That's weird.
And I'm not totally sure why, but like they're both at places where you would want a grass type. It's like right before the water trial, you can get a trade for a Bounsweet, and then right before the ground trial, you can get another Steenie. And they have different natures and stuff. I don't remember if they have held items or not, but they are both like it's a really good Pokemon, and Serena gets a lot of really good moves, and I think it's a very solid design. I wish that it was fighting type, but I guess they already had a lot of grass fighting types at that point.
Do they? How many are there?
There's
Chespin,
Breloom, Chestnut, Virizion, and I think they introduced one this gen, but I don't remember for sure. I think I don't remember for sure. Hold on while I check.
Legendaries don't count.
Legendaries totally count. Virizion is a fighting grass type, and I it's a fighting grass type. Okay, let me actually, I don't know how I would look it up, but we're gonna look at Breloom. We're gonna see in its trivia what it says, if it says anything about its type combo.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't look
cool
like
design.
It's a very solid design, and I like it quite a lot. Okay, Smoliv. Oh,
here's Smoliv. Here's Smoliv. I love
adorable.
Smoliv.
It's very good. It's very Badoo, which is interesting because Badoo isn't in this game. I have no idea why it's a normal type.
I don't really like Badoo. I don't really like the Roselia line very much, but
I do, but I think probably I just really like Roserade, and the others kind of like are raised in standing because I like Roserade a lot.
They have done a normal legendary bling. They've done both Arceus and Regigigas.
Yep. I have no idea why Smoliv, Dolliv, and Arboliva are normal types, except, like, I guess because olives are very common, and I guess
I really like Dolliv. I'm just okay with Arboliva, but I really like Smoliv and Dolliv.
Dolliv is a really good design. It's a very good middle stage. I like Arboliva a lot. I think it looks very elegant. It looks like an actual olive tree or like an olive vine, and I like the way that it dances, and I think it looks very good. It's a very good tree. I think it works very well as like the final evolution of an olive. I think it's very good. But Dolliv is probably the best design of the line, just because it's just a cute little gal. She's just so cute.
Yeah.
It's very effective and very good.
Wait, Meloetta's normal type?
Oh yeah, Meloetta is normal type. I had forgotten about that.
Huh.
It's a normal psychic type that turns into a normal fighting type when it uses Relic Song. Oh, it's Bonsly next. Does Sudowoodo need an evolution, I wonder?
I think it would be hard to give Sudowoodo an evolution that stayed on theme without,
Yeah.
like, Sudowoodo is perfect. The joke is perfect. The design is perfect for what they're trying to do. The
fact that its hands look like what the cut trees used to look like.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yes.
it's such a good joke. I wish it were better.
Yeah.
But it's such a good joke. I
So it's interest-
I don't think it needed Bonsly, but Sudowoodo.
It's interesting. Sorry.
Sudowoodo, I don't think could get an evolution that really fits it without overshadowing Sudowoodo, who's already flawless.
So the reason that I bring it up is because it's kind of a counterpart to Mr. Mime, because Mime Jr. and Bonsly both evolve the same way. You have to teach them Mimic. So because Mr. Mime Jr. turns into a mime, and then Bonsly turns into a tree mimic, but they gave Mr. Mime an evolution but it's like a regional evolution. So I kind of wonder like if they would be able to do a regional Sudowoodo and give it an evolution, and what that might look like. Foliage.
Foliage is such a good name.
That's a good name.
That's a good name. I like that.
That's such a good name. Oh my god. Oh, that's such a good name.
But as much as I like Sudowoodo, we both of us know that the only reason it's in Gen 9 is for the Truly Widow joke.
It's very excellent. It's a good joke.
It's a great joke.
It's a good joke. It's a very good joke. Rockruff! Oh my god, I
love the Rockruff line.
What a good fucking dog! What an excellent fucking dog! It's just such a good dog. It's just like such a quintessentially dog.
It's
I absolutely adore it. And it's interesting that they went with Dawn, with Midday Lycanroc on the photo, because like none of the other forms are even in the photo. But I mean, like, that Lycanroc does look like the one that evolves from Rockruff. The other ones look kind of like a little to the left. But Midday Lycanroc is like, yes, this is what Rockruff evolves into.
Yeah, exactly. That's the standard Rockruff evolution. Yeah, it's so good.
It's such a good design. Like, it's a rock dog, and it's perfect. It's perfect. It's got the spiky mane, the fluffy tail. It's the perfect combination of spiky and fluffy, and like, you know, it looks cute, but it still looks like ferocious. It's exactly the same like vibe of a wolf. Like, it's exactly the same kind of energy where it's just a little bit cute, but you know that it could really fuck you up if it wanted to. And it's like, yes, it's perfect. It's excellent.
It's one of the best Gen 7 Pokemon.
Yeah, and I mean, I like Dusk form and Midnight form a lot as what they are. I think it's really, like, the whole idea that Midnight form is, like, a cool werewolf, and, like, Dusk form is, like, in between the two, and, like, it's based on the time of day because of how Alola works. I really do like it, but Midday form is probably my favorite just because it's so simple and effective as yes, this is what Rockruff evolves into. It's bigger and it gets pointier and cooler looking.
Yeah, and definitely.
Roly-Coly. Roly-Coly.
Roly-Coly is a good opportunity to talk about Zappa Pico.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
The mining town.
Because it's fun that they put the coal in because they have mining town. I don't actually know how much coal is mined, how big coal mines are in Iberia. Now I have to check, like, coal mining Iberia. You go ahead and keep talking.
So here's the problem with Zappa Pico. It's great flavor. It's a great thing to include in the game. It's a mining town with an aesthetic, and it's got mining Pokemon in it, and it's got the guy who gives you the Armarouge or Saraledge armor stuff, and it's got nothing in it. There's nothing in Zappa Pico. It's even got a battle arena that you don't use because there's nothing in Zappa Pico. It's just there for the Saraledge guy. And I don't get it. Is it content that was cut? Is it content that wasn't finished? Is it content that's going to be in DLC? What is it? It's the perfect opportunity to have a town related to the mesas and the mining areas, and they just waste it.
To be clear, there is something like that in every generation. Oh, the rest of the power plant in Gen 6, we never knew ye. Anyway, apparently there's an entire, like, belt across Iberia that has a bunch of interesting minerals. Coal is not listed, but it's called the Iberian Pyrite Belt. And it's, like, the whole, like, from Portugal to Spain, like, right in the middle, like, right where the two, like, the desert and the mine would be, across Iberia. There's, like, a bunch of different things that you can have, a bunch of different minerals where there's a lot of mining activity. I like Carcoal so much, and I wish that Colossal was a train, but I think that Colossal is still cool.
Colossal is pretty cool, yeah.
I think that it is still pretty cool. It's like this giant coal furnace titan guy, and I think that is very cool. Even if I wish that it had been a train.
Do all Colossal have steam engine, or is that just one of its abilities?
I think it's just one of its abilities. I think it has Sturdy as another one or something, but I gotta check. Hold on.
Who's gonna take Sturdy over steam engine?
Yeah, I mean, like, because it has a 4x weakness to water, it won't always survive a water attack. Let me check here.
I think Zapapico's lack of content could have been mitigated if you could go inside houses.
Oh, it has Flame Body as its other ability. That's actually not bad.
Well, that makes sense.
And its hidden ability is Flash Fire, which is pretty cool.
That's if it gets hit by fire, it powers up special attack, right?
It just powers up its next fire-type move. And what's interesting is that Steam Engine also triggers on being attacked by a fire-type move, so you can switch into a fire-type move to get the bonus, but most people are aware of that. Like, the idea, but, like, the fact that it happens with speed, like, the fact that it happens with water-type is actually, like, the main idea, because, like, you can, as long as you can take a water-type attack, it apparently maxes it out, which I did not know. I thought it was just a boost, like, of a couple of stages.
It gets 6 stages of what's its stat?
Speed, which I did not know. I did not remember. That explains a lot about why everybody was trying to run Surf on their Dragapults to hit it really weakly. And I mean, like, it has actually good special defense for a rock type. A lot of times they get lower special defense, but it's got like a solid 90. That ain't bad. But, like, to be clear, its base speed is 30. So, like, you know,
so it would get 120 speed, yeah.
Yeah, 3 times that is not
4
that
times.
Great. Oh yeah, it's 4 times. So I mean, like, 120 is still good, but, like, it's better than average, obviously, but, like, it's not great that you would have it, like. But yeah, I mean, Flame Body's really nice because burning is really good. I actually have to go to the bathroom myself now, so I will be back in a little bit. You can talk about whatever you want or keep, like, farming for shinies, and I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. I'm actually going to take this opportunity to eat a snack, so I'll be back as well. Lack of a bonus immunity? What bonus immunity would it get? Just absorb water or what? Yeah, that would actually probably be a good idea. It would probably be very powerful if it could absorb water. That might be busted, actually. I'll ask Love when she gets back. Excuse me. A bunch of similar abilities do the same and have generally felt full-on immunity was a bit much. That's Volt Absorb and Water Absorb and Sap Sipper. And now Earth Eater. Are there any others? I think we'll get to Earthworm eventually, but those are the HP restoring ones. Immunity makes more sense for those. Sap Sipper doesn't restore HP though. What other immunity abilities are there? Oh, Lightning Rod has immunity, right. There's a siren going outside, and I wonder what it's for. Because it doesn't seem to be getting further away or closer. Nope, now it's getting further away. We'll be talking about Shinx next, and I love Shinx. I love the Shinx line. Luxray is one of my favorite electric types. Storm Drain is immune to water and buff stats. Flash Fire as well. Is Flash Fire just buffing its next fire move, or what? Excuse me. Storm Drain is a Lightning Rod clone. Huh. Um, what do Lightning Rod and Storm Drain do for abilities that hit the whole field? Like if you discharge on the field with a Lightning Rod Pokemon, does it hit anything except for the Lightning Rod Pokemon? Like, or does Lightning Rod only affect single target moves? Single target only. Okay, that makes sense. So Discharge and Surf just still hit everything. I guess it would be pretty even more busted if it took out field effect moves. What gets Storm Drain? Doesn't Azumarill get Storm Drain? Which is completely secondary to huge power, because why would you run anything but huge power on an Azumarill? Shellos and Finneon are the only things that get Storm Drain. Huh. And their evolutions, right? Gastrodon and Lumineon. It's a hidden ability for a few others. Like which ones? Oh, I could just look at this myself. Sarah B. Storm Drain. Okay. Cradily, Maractus, and Tatsugiri get it. Huh. But you want the commander ability on Tatsugiri. So you wouldn't really use it there. I guess Maractus getting Storm Drain makes sense because it's a cactus. Right? Like, you wouldn't run anything on Tatsugiri except the ability that synergizes with Dondozo. In competitive, I mean. I can't imagine Tatsugiri's stats are good enough for singles. Let's take a look. It's got good special attack and special defense, and that's it. 68 HP. That's a big oof. Hey, welcome back. Are you back?
Hello, I'm back.
Hey, welcome back. So, two things. First off, we're 3 hours in and we haven't even hit 100. We're going to have to do this in parts. Are you cool with that?
That's fine. How long do we have?
I can go until 5.
Okay, then yeah, that's fine.
Because after
Okay.
that I've got to do Ghost Trick. What are you doing tomorrow?
Okay. I have class all day, unfortunately. Like, I don't get back until like 5:30 to 6.
Okay.
I'm free on Thursday though. At the same times.
Thursday works for me.
Cool. Okay, Shinx is next, and Shinx has my entire heart.
I love Luxray. Luxray is possibly my favorite Gen 4 Pokemon.
It is such a good design. Like, I love cats. As I mentioned, I am a cat person. And Luxray is just a cool-ass lynx lion. It's the coolest thing in the goddamn world. And again, it's such a good progression from Shinx to Luxio to Luxray. It's the perfect little Lion King situation.
Great design, great moves, great battle feel.
I just wish it was faster and actually a dark type, but that's fine. That's what terastallizing is for. And Tailwind, I guess. I don't know. It has Intimidate, which is really good. Its hidden ability is Guts, which is also really good. It's just like not fast enough to be like, it's not fast enough or like utility having enough to be on the same level as like other Intimidate users, which is too bad. Because it has a lot of potential. And like, you get it so early in Diamond and Pearl and Platinum, and it's so hard not to use it because it's so fun. Like,
it's a good electric type, and you get it early.
Yeah, like in a regular playthrough, it is so solid. Like in competitive, it doesn't really do much, but like having Intimidate, having really good type coverage between all the Fang moves, even though the Fang moves are kind of low power, it also gets like Volt Switch. It gets lots of options, and it's very effective and solid for a main playthrough.
And so at worst, you can fall back on Crunch.
Yeah, and I really struggle to leave it behind in a Sinnoh playthrough. And speaking of Pokemon, I struggle to leave behind in a Sinnoh playthrough. Starly's right afterwards.
Before we move on, back to Colossal. How busted in competitive play would Colossal be if Steam Engine neutralized water? Made it immune to water.
Ridiculous. It would be stupid. It would be nonsensical. Like, that's
Ches, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard.
Like, if it was one stage and it neutralized it, then it would be fine. That's Motor Drive. That's the same. Like, that's Motor Drive. That which is one of Zebstrika's abilities, and also Electivire's. Like, if it was just one stage, then that would be fine. But the thing is, like, first of all, the effect applies to 2 different types, and it maximizes it. Like, it gives you 6 stages. So...
Oh, right. Fire types apply it too, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so somebody in the chat just says Luxray is not that good. I recognize that it's not good competitively, but it is a solid mon for a
regular playthrough, which is most of what I do.
Yeah, like,
I'm only trying to get
slow for an electric type, like all the other things.
I'm only trying to get into competitive, like, now. I'm still breeding for Pokemon I want to use.
Yeah. Like I have not, I've tried to use Luxury in competitive a little bit, but there's better Intimidate users, and I'm aware of that. But I still love the design, and I love using it in main games, and it's really cool. I adore it. Okay. Starly is next. Gen 4.
Wow, that Staraptor positioning is weird.
I think it works because like you can kind of like it's in the same place as Staravia, like the main Staravia. I kind of like it. It's interesting because like you look at the entries, and it's really interesting. Starly and Staravia flock together because they're starlings, but then Staraptor turns into an eagle, and it's a Soha, and it goes off on its own once it evolves, and like that's in the Pokedex, which I think is actually really interesting.
You're gonna be mad when I say this, but Staravia, we came from one of my favorite Gen 4 Pokemon. Staravia is one of my least favorite Gen 4 Pokemon. That isn't one of the new evolutions.
Honestly, Staravia is a little weird looking, but I think Staraptor looks cool as shit.
I'm sorry, Staraptor is one of my least favorite Gen 4 Pokemon.
So, like, I understand why. It's a little much, and if you aren't into emo hair, it's kind of like I can see how you would dislike it, but I love Birds of Prey and I love emo hair, so I'm like, oh, this is the coolest shit I've ever seen.
I just want them to bring back Toucannon. I've never gotten to use a Toucannon because I didn't play much of Gen 7. I want Toucannon, and it's so cool.
Yeah, Toucannon is pretty freaking rad. Toucannon's one of the examples of Pokemon teaching me things about biology because they are in fact related to woodpeckers. Same family.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
They both evolved really, really big bills because, like, it's the same kind of thing. But I think the toucans use it for, and because like the blast beak also has like actual things because toucans use their bills for heat, for like temperature regulation.
Blastbeak is the one that is a flying type but also acts like a fire type, right?
Yeah, it's a focus punch. But instead of canceling it if you get hit, it burns you if you make contact.
Oh, cool.
It always goes last, which doesn't really matter because Toucannon's really slow anyways, but it's not really super bulky, so it can be hard to make use of.
Yeah.
I think that Staraptor is just a really solid, sleek design with like the edgy emo fringe that I was an emo kid. It was the right time. It's very like it's just so anime edgy, shonen protagonist or shonen rival, and I adore it. And I think it's just really cool. Also I have a shiny one, like I mentioned last time. I caught the random shiny Staraptor at the lake while I was exploring around, and so yeah, that's cool. That's rad because I do really like Staraptor, so I have been using him. He's cool.
Speaking of Gen 7 Pokemon, Oricorio.
Oricorio is next. First of all, you get to see them walking around, which is really neat because I was not expecting that. Like the way that Bile style and Pom Pom style fold up their wings is really cute. And I mean, it makes sense because there's flamenco dancing and this is Spain, but I was not expecting to see them at all. I was like, oh my god, Oricorio is in this game.
I wasn't surprised to see Oricorio. It didn't immediately jump to mind, but I wasn't surprised to see it. I'm a little surprised to see all of its forms in the wild. I thought it would just be the flamenco one in the wild, and you could switch to the other forms with the nectar, but...
Yeah, that is kind of interesting, because like Oricorio were actually based on a series of birds that are actually extinct. In Hawaii, they went extinct in the 70s, if I'm remembering correctly, like during the last millennium, like the last century. They went extinct as people like brought rats and cats to the island, and they drank nectar. They were nectar-eating birds that were very specialized to each island, each of the main four islands.
Hence the four forms.
Yeah, exactly. And hence why one of them is ghost type. Which is, it's kind of sad, but at the same time, it's like, oh, okay. It's very interesting. Actually, I think the one on from the main island, which is the one that went extinct the most, like the one that's from Ula Ula, which is the main Hawaii island, is the ghost type one, but I don't remember for sure. I think it might be that might be the Hula one. But
Bling. Shinies have a little bit of a rarity buff, but it's just that you encounter so many more Pokemon that you walk past. That's why shinies are easier to get. It's the same thing Legends Arceus had, where you're seeing so many more Pokemon that you're running into shinies more often.
Mm-hmm. But I love Oricorio. It's a fun design. It's a fun idea. The fact that it's based off of that bird, and the fact that a lot of island birds are like this. Like they're also clearly based on the Galapagos finches to a certain degree. Because that whole idea is popularized by the works of Darwin and everything. The whole idea of very related birds that look totally different. And the fact that they're dancers is really cool because I'm a music nerd, and it's very good. And I love the different styles. The pom-pom one is so cute and silly and excellent. It's very good.
Yeah, it's very cute.
And I do love all of the styles though. The Bile style is probably the coolest one, but that's just because flamenco dancing is awesome. And fire types are also cool, and I like the color red. But I think the pom pom one might be my favorite, though. I don't know for sure. Mareep is next.
Did you notice? Have you washed your Pokemon yet?
I have watched them a little bit.
Did you notice that the sponge is a Mareep?
Oh my god, I don't think I did. Oh, that's so good. I love that they're in the mountains because sheep kind of live in the mountains, but then Ampharos is on the lighthouse.
Yeah.
I love it. I love Ampharos. Electric types are my number 3. It's it goes normal, bug, electric, and so I have had a Luxray and an Ampharos because I can't not use both of them. They are my 2 favorite electric types, and I adore both of them so much. They're both so good.
I wish Ampharos looked like a sheep. Or at least,
yeah,
I wish it looked like it evolved from Flaffy.
I think it does look like it evolves from Flaffy. It looks like a longer Flaffy, the ears are the same. And it looks like, now it has a neck because the wool got shorn. And interestingly, I've been watching some sheep shearing videos lately because it's very satisfying. And they do actually go from the belly to the head. So this is actually, accurate to how sheep get shorn, which I think is very funny. And I really do. Mega Ampharos, by the way, not in this game, but one of my favorite Mega Pokemon
I've
of all
seen
time.
Mega Ampharos.
Mega Ampharos is so glorious. It's got the giant mane. It's a dragon type. It's based off of the Luminous Pearl Princess dragon legend from Japanese mythology. It's really cool. It's so awesome. And its entire thing is because its name is kind of a pun. It almost sounds like Electric Dragon. Its Japanese name, if I'm remembering correctly. Let me look up. So they made it into a reference to it's not Kaguya-hime because that's a different person, but it is based off of, so they decided to make it based off of this legend because its name is Denryu, which is electric current or electric sheep, but it also sounds like electric dragon. So they decided to make it a dragon because of that, which I think is very fun.
One sec.
Yeah, Denryu means electric current, and it's apparently Denkyu means light bulb, which refers to its tail. So it's very, very fun. And so the reason it doesn't look fully like a sheep is because of the fact that Denryu can mean electric dragon. God. So it already was kind of expanding from a sheep a little bit, and honestly it kind of looks a little bit like Dragonite, which I think is very interesting. The color is very similar.
Does.
It's
arms
are kind of the same shape, which I think is very, very fun and interesting to think about. Its Mega Evolution makes it look very different from Dragonite because it's a lot fluffier and everything, but I think it is kind of an interesting, they might be related sort of thing. Oh, Petalil! Oh my god, I cannot wait to use Hisui and Lilligant. Oh, I am so excited about Hisui and Lilligant.
That's gonna be neat.
I have always loved Lilligant. like Gen 5, I played Black version, and I like Whimsicott a lot now, but I wasn't really that impressed with Cottony originally, and then I traded for a Petzl, and I was like, oh my god, it's so cute, and then I evolved it into Lilligant, and I'm like, oh my god, it's so beautiful, and like it does one thing. It does not deviate from the one strategy that it always uses, but I don't care because it's a good strategy. You can use Sleep Powder, you Quiver Dance, and then you Pedal Dance with own tempo because you can't be confused and you just have Pedal Dance and it's like you don't got type coverage, you don't got nothing. You just got Pedal Dance and it's going to do a lot of damage.
I like Lilligant's design a lot, which means that Arceus Lilligant disappointed me because it took away the stuff I liked about Lilligant.
See, for me, it didn't do anything. It's like, I was expecting a regular Lilligant for some reason. I was like, first of all, I was like, oh, Lilligant. I didn't realize they were going to be using, like, Unova Pokemon in this game. And then I was expecting, like, a regular Lilligant because it's already very dancey because it has all the dance moves. And then it's a ballet dancer, and it takes everything about Lilligant and just changes the style up a little bit. It's like the freaking pirouette form Meloetta to the...
It just looks naked.
I don't think so at all. It's got, like, these... I think its legs look really cool, and I love its skirt, and I love the fact that they gave it a bobbed haircut, and it's so cute to me. And like, I think it's very compact and sleek and very pretty, and I love using it, and I love watching it twirl around, and the fact that it's a grass fighting type, that's another grass fighting type that they've had.
Excuse me.
That's really cool. I really look forward to using it. I don't know how good it's going to be, but I do want to try it.
It'll be really interesting to see if any of the regionals.
Ursaluna is going to be insane. Do you know how much fucking HP Ursaluna has?
No, what's its stat?
It's like 160. Hold on.
Jesus.
It's like almost as much as Snorlax. Let me just check. And the fact of the matter is that Ursaring will then have access to Eviolite, and it has like base 120 attack. Okay, no, I'm wrong. It's 130 HP, but that's still really good. And it's got base 140 attack and 105 defense.
How much of a stat boost is Eviolite? It's 1.5, right?
I think so. I don't remember exactly, but I think it is. So Ursaring... Oh, wait, I clicked on the Teddiursa page. Didn't mean to do that. Ursaring's base attack stat is 130, and its defenses are 75 and 75, so that boosts it up to like 100 defense, 100 special defense, and it has 90 HP, so like, it's pretty good. So like, they're both Ursaring and Ursaluna are going to be crazy. I look forward to seeing Eviolite Quillfish,
and
too.
You know what? Because they're different Pokemon, you can have both on your team.
You can, but people don't usually do that with stuff like that. Like, they're normal types though, so they might actually work well because they're normal types, and then Ursaluna is a ground type, so that might actually work better than it usually does. But usually you don't want to have even with Eviolite, they tend to have very like similar roles and weaknesses. Like, most people use Dusclops over Dusknoir anyway, but you wouldn't use them together most of the time.
Gotcha.
It kind of depends. I think Porygon sometimes sees use, like both Porygon 2 and Porygon Z, but not often because of type overlap issues, like I said. So I'm also looking forward to Eviolite Quillfish. Because
I'm glad Overquill's coming to the game because that's a really cool design.
Yeah, Overquill's really cool. Like, it's a very solid design, and it's a very good name. But because Corsola was so good with Eviolite, it's going to be very fun to see Hisui and Quillfish take up the mantle of Gen 2 Pokemon that's really good with Eviolite, because I don't think Dunsparce, unfortunately, is going to meet that. But like, they've been given so many Gen 2 Pokemon more evolutions. Like, here, Ursaring and like his Girafarig, Dunsparce, Corsola, and Quillfish were like the big four that missed out on evolutions in Gen 4, like the Gen 2 Pokemon that missed out on evolutions in Gen 4 that really didn't need them. And the past 2 generations, all of them have gotten one, and I'm like, yes! Good job.
We'll get to Dunsparce eventually, but can I just say, I'm glad they doubled down.
They've made their decision, and I respect it. I respect their decision. Okay. Oh, Shroomish is next. Shroomish. Shroomish is great.
I like the Shroomish and Breloom design. I think Breloom is pretty cute, but I'm kind of neutral on their inclusion in this gen. Like, it's fine.
Very interesting how many mushrooms we have now. We have so many mushrooms now. Like we've got Paris, we've got Breloom, we've got Toadscruel now, but there's another. We've got Amoonguss. We got Amoonguss, and there's so many mushrooms, man. I feel like we might be giving Spore out a little too freely, but I don't know. I mean, because like Breloom is good because it's a fast Spore user. Most of the other ones are slow. So it has a lot of different interesting uses like that. I don't really have a ton to say about it either. It's just a very solid design. Like, it's a very big jump between the two, but you can still see how they're related. I don't know why it's a kangaroo, but it's still very cool, and it has stretchy arms, which is very weird and bizarre. But
they stretch?
Yeah, look at the photo. Look at the one on the right.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah, that's how it can
weird.
That's how it can use the punching moves. It is very weird, but I do really like it because it makes it more clear that it's not fully animal. It's very much like a plant or fungus type adaptation. It's like, oh, okay, this is not a kangaroo. This is a strange mushroom creature.
Yeah.
Oh, Applin's next. Oh, I love Applin so much.
I love the concept of Applin. I wish I liked its evolutions more. Like, they're just not my thing. Like
Appleton, the fact that Appleton has these droopy eyes is very weird, and I'm not fully used to it even still. And the fact that it's just an apple pie, but I think it's, like I said,
it's been dethroned. It's been dethroned as the premier edible Pokemon by Darkspun.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think people actually eat Darkspun though. It just makes bread easier. People actually eat parts of Appleton.
But like, yeah, I love Applin. I love Applin a lot.
Applin is great. I really do like Flapple. I think Flapple is a better evolution than Appleton. Like, I appreciate, like, the very different ways that they went about it. Flapple looks exactly like what I would have wanted the evolution to look like. It's like, yes, I am using this apple as wings. Like I said, recently I've been trying to lean into the goofier aspects, the goofier design, and Flapple and Appleton are very goofy, but, like, in very good ways. I really appreciate them. The way that they are, and I like the fact that that Appleton is surrounded by sweet-eating Pokemon. It's got a bunch of Combee around it.
And it's just going, go away!
And a Lechonk in the very front, being like, food.
Speaking of pigs,
hey, Spoink's in this game. I forgot Spoink and Grumpig are in this game, but you gotta have, like, pig representation because, again, like I said with Lechonk, Spain loves their pork, man.
They really should have had Swinub in the game, too.
Oh, yeah, that would have been good. There's enough icy areas, but I guess they had a lot of other icy Pokemon that they wanted to use. And, like, Swinub's whole thing is still sniffing through the ground, and Lechonk basically does the same thing, whereas Spoink and Grumpig are very different vibes. And I like it because they're pigs with treasure, so they fit the Conquistador thing even better. They're pigs with pearls, and it's very interesting.
Does Grumpig get Power Gem?
It does, I believe.
Huh.
Yeah, I've used a Grumpig in an Emerald. Actually, I think it was a Sapphire Nuzlocke before, and it was solid. You know, it's like a solid Psychic type. I don't really use Psychic types that often, like I said earlier.
Yeah, same.
But in terms of the Psychic types that I like, Grumpig is pretty good. Like, it's a pretty fun design. And Spoink is very cute. It's so cute. Spoink is so adorable. It's so round and it bounces. And Grumpig definitely feels like a good evolution from that. And it's very much like the color scheme and everything, like the way that it works. I think it works really well as a design.
I'm more of a fan of Spoink than I am of Grumpig. Grumpig I could take or leave. I'm pretty indifferent towards, but Spoink is very cute.
Yeah, Grumpig is very much like a standard design. Like, it feels very much like a like a regular Pokemon, and a lot of people don't really think about Grumpig that much, which I kind of get. But I think that it works very well for what it is. So I appreciate its design, even though it's kind of simple and maybe a little forgettable. And Spoink is definitely cuter.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate it. It's probably higher up on my list of Psychic type Pokemon, just because it's a little bit unique. Squawkabilly! I love this stupid.
Bling, yes. Appletoon's ears is their eyes. It's pretty weird.
Dex entries in this game are pretty good. I like, a lot of them are very like relationship based. Somebody said that, and I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, they talk about what Pokemon eats what quite a lot.
Yeah, and I like that Squawkabilly has like 4 different colors, and each of them has a different...
Oh yeah, all the forms have different Dex entries.
Which has been a thing for a while.
Really?
But there's a lot more Dex entries this time. I think so, yeah. Like, the different Lycanrocs definitely had different entries in Alola, for instance. But yeah, I really like Squawkabilly. I've used one my whole game. It's not good objectively, but it has a lot of really useful moves, and Intimidate is a fun ability to have in your main playthrough.
I wonder why the hell it has Intimidate. Like,
it's because it's
is it because it's a greaser?
Punk. It's a punk. It's like supposed to be, and it flocks, and also parrots. Their whole thing is that the reason that they have such developed vocal abilities is because they screech to scare off predators.
Ah.
So they're very loud and very cacophonous and everything. And so like the idea that they're very intimidating because they're punks and they're like makes sense. It works really well.
On my trip to Trinidad, there were a lot of interesting things that I discovered while I was down there, but possibly the most interesting is that instead of pigeons, they have parrots. Parrots flock as city birds.
Yeah, they. I think I've seen that in some other places as well, like in footage from documentaries. But of course, crows are also everywhere.
They're
parrots,
everywhere.
Parrots and crows. I think parrots are maybe a little bit smarter than crows, and they're more dexterous. So like they can use tools just as well as crows can. They've got like really, really like what's the word? Articulated feet, and their beaks too. They can move around because like they shell nuts with their beaks, and they can like move them around very, very in a very complicated ways. It's very cool. I really like parrots.
It's so cool that parrots and crows are smart enough to talk.
Yeah,
like they straight up can talk.
Yeah, I love starlings can talk too, but I don't know how smart they are. But they can imitate, like the whole starling family is surprisingly good. Like they're a lot closer to human voice. The starling families are. Like if you've ever heard like a Mina or a starling talk, they're like, whoa, that is a human being.
I think the only birds that are intelligent enough and capable of speech to actually use words and sentences to communicate with people are parrots and corvids.
Corvids aren't as good at talking. Like some ravens can, but it's not as common as.
It's less common than parrots, but they can do it.
To a certain extent, Bling, they can. It depends on how you train them and how you raise them, and like people can't really study the internal activity of brains and like how people understand things. But like parrots are very trainable, and they can very much like. It very much feels like they're cursing on purpose when they do it, stuff like that. Who's next? Oh, it's Mischievous!
My favorite ghost type.
Mischievous and Mismagius are both very cool designs.
I love them. Mismagius is my favorite of the Gen 4 added evolutions.
Yeah, Mismagius' photo in this Pokedex is really good, really nice and spooky.
That's cool.
I really dig that. That's actually really cool. They're based on like old hags, and also like the idea of nightmare creatures that like, because when you have sleep paralysis, sometimes it feels like somebody is sitting on you, which is like the cause of some myths and stuff about hags that like sit on you while you sleep. and also banshees because they scream some. Mischievous is often.
Mischievous is straight up a banshee, yeah.
Yeah, and they spook to make you scream, which is very cute.
I was so mad because I wanted Scarlet for various reasons, but I was so mad when I discovered that Mischievous was a Violet exclusive and Scarlet gets Drifloon.
Yeah, I mean,
Drifloon.
I like Drifloon.
Drifloon is, in my opinion, overused and overexposed. There's
I guess so. I get the
also
spookiness factors.
There's
but I like
just so many Drifloons everywhere you look. Where there are Drifloons,
I mean that
it's the Psyduck problem for me.
I really do love Mischievous and Mismagius, though. They are very cool Pokemon. They are very excellent. They're very ghosty looking ghosts, and I appreciate it very much. It's like
They're my
is a
favorites.
spoopy Pokemon.
Definitely.
And I love the necklace that Mischievous has, and how it turns into these old lady jewelry on Mismagius. It's this very, very solid witch design, witch ghost. Makuhita is next, and I appreciate Makuhita and Hariyama's designs, but I never really use them.
Hariyama and Makuhita are in this game because of Iron Hands.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They worked back. They made Iron Hands and they worked backwards and said we have to have Hariyama in the game because of Iron Hands. That was the order of decisions they made, I think.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to go with Iron Hands, but I mean, I guess they kind of wanted to mess around with stat distributions, which is kind of how the Ultra Beasts are. It's like, okay, this one's really good at special attack, and this one's really, really fast, and this one's really, really bulky, and all that other stuff. Because of the way that the whole thing works, it's like they boost their best stat every time they knock something out. So it's like, okay, we're gonna make them really, really dramatically stat oriented in some stats, and then really bad at all the other ones.
Question.
I love the Ultra Beasts.
Beast Boost, does it go off of the stat number, or is it innate? Like the fast one will always boost speed, even if the speed isn't its highest.
It's based off of your stat number, which is how the abilities of the Paradox Pokemon work too. Actually, if you raise your speed with a move and then you knock out something, your speed will go up again, even if your attack would have been higher earlier. And then depending on how you're EV trained, because Fluttermane, for instance, has equal special attack, special defense, and speed in terms of base stats. So depending entirely on how you train it, one of those will go up when photosynthesis is activated. So it's very much based off of what the actual number is at any given time.
Gotcha.
I like Hariyama. Sumo is a cool aesthetic, and I think it works with that aesthetic very well. And I think that it's a solid design. It's kind of like how Grumpig is a very solid design. Gen 3 has a lot of those that are yeah, okay, that's a very cool. If it's a very solid design,
yeah,
it's like none of them are standouts.
It's not bad.
It's kind of like that. With a lot of Gen 3, it's there are only a few Gen 3 Pokemon that really stand out as I really love this design, but all of them are very solid. They're I don't hate any Gen 3 design, I don't think.
Yeah.
Crabrawler is next. Crabrawler's funny because in the original Sun and Moon, you couldn't evolve it until the very end of the game. Because it evolves on the Snowy Mountain and you don't get there until way at the end of the game.
I don't know whether I like that or Ice Stone better, because you don't get Crabrawler until you don't get Crabrawler until you go into the snowy area, right?
No, you can
find
in Gen 9. So there's a river delta on the east side of the map with an island in the middle. You cross over it, it's right in the middle of the east side of the map. It's right near where Zapapico and the mining area turns into the next area above it, or it might actually be below the mining area. Hold on while I go look at the map, because there's okay, so the first it's right below the mining area. The river that leads to Levincia opens up into this big delta area, and there's this this oval island in the middle. Right on that island, you find Crabrawler and occasionally its evolution as well. Crabominable. I've seen both on that island, and I know that they show up other places as well. I think Crabrawler shows up on the beach area that's like to the east here, like the East Paldean beach area that's like...
Oh yeah, Crabrawler shows up on a bunch of beaches and the Ice Mountain. It says in the habitat that Crabominable only shows up in part of the Ice Mountain.
That's interesting. It must not count like it must not count the static encounters that sometimes show up, because because that must be like a static encounter, because I have seen it on that island before. Like if you see that place on the Crabrawler list, which is interesting, it doesn't actually show it, but if you go there, you'll see them, I promise.
But yeah, Crabrawler is fine. I don't like Crabominable very much.
I think it's a goofy little Yeti dude, and I like the idea of a Yeti coconut crab, because both Yeti crabs and coconut crabs are really interesting. And I think like it like the Yetis are kind of goofy, so I kind of get it. Like they're kind of like, it's kind of like caveman idea. I don't know how well Crabrawler and Crabominable work together as an evolution line, personally.
Yeah,
except for the fact that they both
there.
punch things. But you know, it's not the worst thing ever. I just think like, I feel like the fact that they had to fix being able to get to where Crabrawler evolves in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon is very funny.
I don't know whether I like the idea of Crabrawler evolving on Glaciado or via Ice Stone better, because Ice Stone is... You can only find 2 Ice Stones in the game naturally. Other than picking them up off of sparklies on the ground in Glaciado.
You find them in the mining area? Because you find a lot of stones in the mining area.
I don't think you find ice stones in the mining area. I think you find them on Glaciado.
I don't really remember. I know I've picked up a few, but I don't remember where I got them.
Yeah, fair.
They changed all of the location-based ones to stone evolutions in Gen 8.
Well, like they kind of had to, yeah.
Which I guess I kind of understand, because of how like open the wild area is, and like they don't really have a power plant, so I guess they kind of had to do it that way, because like the way that they always had it was that you had to be near a power plant to evolve the electromagnetic ones, and there were only a certain number of those.
It would have been a world-building design constraint where you'd have to either pick between not having the Pokemon or having an area in the game specifically for that Pokemon. And having an area in the game specifically for one Pokemon, unless it's a legendary, really isn't worth it from a world design standpoint most of the time.
I don't know how much entirely I agree with that, but like I do get...
Are you going to have a power plant just so you can evolve Magnezone?
I mean, like, every other region has had a power plant. And, like, Galar has a power plant.
Galar does have a power plant, but for flavor reasons, it's not really a dungeon.
Yeah, it's, like I said,
actually, the power plant in Galar could have done with being a dungeon. I think I would have liked that.
Yeah, and I mean, like, there's always a forest where you can put a mossy rock. There's always an icy area, so there's always a place where an icy rock would fit. It's not like it doesn't feel like it would be that difficult, you know? It's like, oh, okay, we got these available places.
That's
like,
true.
They always use certain area types anyway. So like, I don't, but like, I do understand that like making it more convenient is probably better. I think it would be good if you could do both, which I think you can in Legends. Like, I think you can evolve your Eevee into Leafeon and Glaceon in specific areas, as well as
by stone. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, so that's good. That's like that. I would like to do it. I think that's the right way to do it. Okay, let's go ahead and move on.
Speaking of stones, by the way, I've discovered, and this is interesting information for anybody watching this, if you park a picnic over a sparkly, and you do a sandwich that gets eggs, your Pokemon will find that sparkly item over and over and over again and put it in the picnic basket.
It's kind of hard because you don't know what the sparkly item's going to be.
Yeah, but you can park
out.
your picnic basket there, see what it is, and if it's not something you want, you can just move on to the next sparkly.
It seems a little bit time consuming, but like if it's nuggets, then you would want to do it.
If you're already going to be breeding Pokemon, you might as well. I have 95 Firestones because I parked my ass on top of a Firestone.
That's extremely funny. And on brand, Mr. Fire Trainer. Speaking of fire, Salandit and Salazzle.
Hell yes. I love this line.
It's so funny. They just was like, okay, you want sexy? Let's go.
Not why I love the line.
I know, but like I do appreciate the idea of like poison whiptail lizards. It's very excellent. Like, it's a Komodo dragon and a whiptail. Komodo dragons, by the way, also capable of asexual reproduction. Fun fact. Fun little fact. And
so the male Salandits are just completely redundant then.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's possible that it's not really a whiptail. But like, I don't actually know how many reverse harem lizards there actually are, but it's very funny. And it's a very excellent idea, and they just went whole hog with it. And like, you know, nice smelling poisons are a whole thing. It's like,
I like corrosion as a concept. How much does it come into play?
That's also very cool. It's not super relevant. I think it was sort of relevant in the Alola regional dex format because Toxapex was a fucking monster. And being able to poison it so that you can stop it from constantly being a menace is kind of useful. But other than that, I don't know how useful it was like overall. Mostly, it's just kind of another frail sweeper fire type, and there are other options for fire types. So, but it's a fun one to use in a main playthrough. And like, I think it would be better in singles because poisoning and stuff is better in singles, but it's also with the stealth rack. I don't know much about. I haven't seen it much use in VGC, but it might see more use in singles. I don't play singles.
Yeah. But yeah, Salazzle is one of my favorite Gen 7 Pokemon. I'm happy it's in.
Yeah. Phanpy is next.
Yet another Pokemon that is in here because of the Paradox version. The order of decisions was, we're going to make a Paradox Donphan, we have to put Donphan in the game.
Okay, but they made two, so I feel like they put Donphan in the game first, and then we're like,
oh my god, that Donphan is curled up into a ball and rolling around. That's adorable.
Yes, that's the entire thing that it does. It looks like a tire tread. Because that's the entire thing that it does.
I'm gonna call myself out on this. I've been playing Pokemon for 25 years and I never figured that out.
It learns rollout, like the whole thing that Phanpy does. Like, have you like?
I never put together that it was a tire.
Yeah, did you not play Pokemon Stadium 2?
No.
Where you play like, oh my god, like it's one of the mini games in Pokemon Stadium 2 is a Donphan race where they roll up into their balls and they go running off, and it's great. It's like and Ash had a Phanpy and then a Donphan as well, so it's like, oh yeah, it's at the start of movie. Is it at the start of the first movie actually? I think it is, but I don't know if it rolls out. I don't know if it uses rollout in that movie. Like Ash has a fight with somebody. But yeah.
Yeah, the one where the peppy song is playing while he absolutely thrashes this guy who came up to his picnic and challenged him.
Yeah. I
think I remember a Donphan there.
Yeah, there's also a fan. I don't remember if there's a Phanpy in the first battle of the third movie, which is one of the best openings to any Pokemon movie. I mean, they all start with like a lighthearted battle to the theme music, but the one in the third movie is very good. Anyway, I've always loved Phanpy. It's a cute little elephant, and Donphan's really cool looking. And I've used Phanpy in Gen 2 before. It's kind of hard to find in Heart Gold Soul Silver, They're pretty rare most of the time, but I have used it before. Dude, I don't
Yeah, it
think that
only appears. It only appears on the descent from Blackthorn back to Route 28, I think.
Yeah, in Crystal you can find Phanpy very rarely in the first time that you get access to that whole place where the Geodude and the Spearow and stuff usually are. It's very rare and they can run away from you, but I
Oh,
have caught one before and
I'm glad that they don't do runaway anymore.
yeah, it's nice. You know,
That
it was
was
a little
not a
sore.
fun mechanic.
It's always
It
fun
was.
when people complain about mechanics missing that they hated, that everybody always complained about. Like, you didn't like the Safari Zone because it was luck based. Why are you complaining that it's not here?
I think it was an interesting decision to have the legendary dogs run away from you at the start of every battle. I think that
Yeah,
was
the roaming
interesting.
legendaries is like yeah, that's what I actually meant. Like, you didn't like roaming legendaries because they were a pain in the butt. Why are you so angry that they're gone?
There's nothing wrong with roaming legendaries. The contentious part is that they run away. Like, there are roaming
Yeah.
legendaries in later gens that don't run away. You just have to find them.
Yeah, like not really. Like, they once they stopped having them run away, they stopped really having them be roamers. Like, they like um the in X and Y you can find the three legendary birds of Kanto, but like you don't get to fight them. You have to find them a number of times and then they go to a specific location, which is not really the same thing. Okay. Oh, speaking of elephants, the next one is Qfint,
I
which you
don't know
had.
why, but I don't like Caparaja.
It's probably it's because like we had Dawn Fan for so long, and it is such a solid elephant design, and
It's
Qfent and Caparaja go in such a different direction that like it can be kind of culture shock. And also Caparaja is like a block of iron, which I think is cute, but is very like, well, it's a block of copper, excuse me, which I think is very fun, and I like the Indian flavor. It's very fun, in my opinion,
it's an
but
interesting design, but there's something about it that I dislike, and I'm having a hard time nailing it down.
like the fact that its tusks are also blocky, and the fact that like its feet. Oh my god, it has the correct number of toes on the feet. I just realized that it's
Huh.
got 3 in the front, 2 in the back.
Oh, neat.
That's actually accurate. I think regular elephants have 4 in the back, but it's like an odd number in front, even in back. That's actually so. That's such an unnecessary detail. Oh my god, I love it.
That is pretty cool.
Qfint, I was not. I saw Qfint, like, because Qfint, like, Rose sends one out in the opening of Sword and Shield, and it wasn't in any of the promotional materials. So I was like, what the heck is that? Because I just like elephants, and I think they're very solid. Um, oh my god, it's called the Copiderm Pokemon, like a Pachyderm, but instead of Pachyderm, it's Copiderm.
Copperderm,
That's
yeah.
that's great. That's excellent. Um, but I think its name is also really cool, Caparaja. It's a very like, I think it's a like, I do think that it's very blocky, and its Gigantamax form is like even more so, but I think it works pretty well. I don't know what I would change about it. I think it works really well. Oh, it's Gibble time. Oh, it's
Oh
Gibble
man.
time.
Oh man. Cynthia is the best. Actually, I used to think Cynthia was the best final boss in the entire series, but it might be Sada and Turo.
They are very good. I think that Volo might actually be the best final boss.
Oh yeah,
I
Volo.
Volo
Volo
is
is
very
the
good.
hardest final boss in the
But
game because
like, a
you go
lot of
straight
Volo,
from Volo to to two-stage Giratina.
like, I have no idea how much of Volo's appeal comes from Cynthia's appeal, but I have only beaten Platinum like one time. Like, I never got to the end of Pokemon games until Black and White. I
Oh
don't know
yeah,
how much of it is
Cynthia is without question the best champion, but as a final boss goes, maybe it's just because of how cool the ending to this game is, how well written, how badass, how cool, how tragic it is.
yeah.
The I don't think it's a better fight mechanically than Cynthia. I think Cynthia is the best fight in the series from a mechanical perspective, but the ending of... What?
But story-wise, you mean? Story-wise, you mean that, like, story-wise, this game is better, you mean?
Yes. I think Sada and Turo as the final boss is the best story final boss in the series.
Right. I really do... Oh, God. Sorry.
No, go on.
Okay, I really do think I like Volo the best, but in terms of my favorite champion, I do really like Leon. Like, he's just a himbo, and I love him very much. And a lot of that is fanfic.
Leon grew on me.
Some of that is like fanfic, but like he's really interestingly written, and like I like the way that he's built up, and like he's very clearly very successful, but you don't know how much of his reputation is like a little bit manipulated. But he, in and of himself, is a very genuine and good dude who is like very, very himbo-ish, which I really like. And he clearly like really likes to battle. He really cares about his job and his Pokemon and all of these things. And then like he's very much taking care of you for most of the game and like trying to watch your back because he's a big brother. He's used to that. But then you get to like help him out and like save the day against Eternatus, and then you go up against him, and it's a very, very solid final battle. Like he's got a pretty solid team, and like he's way higher level than you expect. When I expected, like, damn, like holy shit. And his Charizard like really has good type coverage, and like a lot, like his portrayal in the anime was also really good. God, I really want to watch that movie with you now. Like
the thing I think Gen 8 got the best was character emotion.
Oh yeah.
Every major trainer you fight, from Hop to Betty from Hop, Betty, and Marnie all the way up to the gym leaders in Leon, has so much character in their battle animations.
Oh yes.
And
Raihan is so iconic. I love him so much.
He's so funny.
Freaking gremlin.
But the absolute best one is Leon when he loses. That moment of frustration and anger giving way to acceptance and congratulation. That one motion where he pulls his hat down and you see him grit his teeth and start to shake, and then he smiles and he throws his hat away. That is so good.
It's so good. And then when you fight him in the battle tower, he uses his hat as like a fan to cover his face, which is extremely adorable. And the fact that he gets all dapper is like, that's a good looking man. Oh, that's a good looking man.
But yeah, I love the Gibble line. I never had to face Garchomp in competitive, so I don't know how much I would love Garchomp if I had to do that. But I do really like the Gibble line.
Oh, that's a sick photo. I didn't recognize how sick that photo is. He's just zooming. He's just zooming. He Naruto run. Like Garchomp is really cool. It's like this badass land shark dragon. I do really appreciate it. It's a very effective design. I think I like I like a lot of other pseudos better, but it does work really, really well.
It's my opinion of Garchomp is probably also influenced again by fighting Cynthia.
For sure. Like,
and my reverence for that fight, her ace being such an overwhelming, unstoppable force, especially if you're on level.
Like it has really good stats. It has really good move pool. It is a very good Pokemon, but I'll be honest, it has a little bit of an overexposure problem for me. Just a little. Like, how most people feel about Charizard is a little bit how I feel about Garchomp, and honestly Cynthia too, but like, I still get it, so I'm not actually upset. It's just like a little bit like, not really my thing. Knackley! Oh my god.
We have been going on old Pokemon for too long. Here's a new Pokemon, and I think it's great. I
I
think
love the salt stack. It's so good. It's Minecraft. It starts off as a super mushroom, and then it turns into a Minecraft, and then it turns into just Pokemon Quest, I think. I feel like it's mostly a Pokemon Quest thing. And it's just so good. The fact that it's like cube shaped because that's how salt works, and it's very much it's just salt, and like a bunch of other Pokemon following Garganical because they crave that mineral. I'm like, yes, it's so good. And it's like genuinely strong too, because its ability is so damn good. It's just like it just can't have any status ailments. It can't be put to sleep. It can't be burned. It can't be paralyzed at all.
and it gets Salt Cure.
Yeah, Solid Cure is really interesting. It's a variable usefulness depending on like Necly is obviously a Mario power up, and I don't know why they did that, but like I ain't complaining. It's definitely a way to make like a salt structure interesting. Like they've got the cubes of salt poking out, and then they decided to go for a mushroom look to make it like you know to make it recognizable as something instead of just like some blocks of salt. And they gave Knacklestack legs, and so it's like, okay, now this is a blocky critter. And then Garganical has like these long spindly legs, and then this pyramid is like, yes, yes, yes. It's so simple. It's so effective. It's so very good. It's so excellent. It's just
Great
salt.
mon
And
design all around.
The names, the way that they use the NaCl as the names, like yes, yes. Yes, it's so perfect. This is ace Pokemon design. Wingull and Pelipper. Oh my god, Wingull and Pelipper are... It's very interesting, right? So, Gen 3 introduced the weather-setting Pokemon and weather-setting abilities they had. You get Tyranitar with setting up Sandstream, but also, like, Kyogre and Groudon setting up the rain and the sun. And then, later on, in Gen 7, they were like, okay, let's give two random Hoenn Pokemon. Let's give two of the least used Hoenn Pokemon the ability to call the sun and the rain.
And that made Pelipper shoot up the tier list like crazy. Yes.
Pelipper already has really good defense. Like I had the Alola guide, and the whole time it was like, hey, you should use Pelipper. Hey, Pelipper is really good. It resists a lot of things. It's got good defense. It's real good. And I'm like, why would I do that? And then I fought a Pelipper that had Drizzle, and I was like, ah.
Here's a question. If two Pokemon come out at the same time that have weather setting abilities, which one wins?
The faster one's abilities, like when abilities activate at the same time, faster one goes first.
Which means the slower one wins.
Yes, the slower one will have its weather set up.
That's a neat bit of balancing.
Which means that Torkoal is technically better than Pelipper in that regard, like if you send them out at the same time. But that makes sense because Pelipper is faster, so... It's not faster by a lot, but it is faster. Oh, then there's Magikarp and Gyarados next.
I love Mr. Fish. Mr. Fish. I love Mr. Fish.
Magikarp's a classic, man. Glaking good.
Did you ever read Manly Guys Doing Manly Things?
I don't believe so.
It's a really fun webcomic about a super soldier from the future running an agency for testosterone poisoned video game characters to reintegrate into society.
That's hilarious.
And he gets an intern who is a Pokemon trainer who picked a Magikarp as his starter.
Oh, that's excellent. So an important thing about Magikarp, right? Its Pokedex entry is like, it may jump high on rare occasions, but never more than 7 feet.
It's a different entry in Violet, and that makes me so mad because the Scarlet one is so funny.
It's like, that's still impressive. 7 feet's pretty impressive for a fish.
So...
That's like more than 3 times its size. So I caught one. When I caught one, I named mine Empresario because I was impressed.
So, under what conditions do you have to fulfill to get a Magikarp Hydro Pump?
I think it's a breeding.
It's an egg move?
Hold on. Let me look. I think it's an egg move, because Gyarados learns it by level up, so... it might be something that it can learn if you breed it. But it might be like a tutor thing. It might... Let me look. I'm looking.
Splash does nothing, Bling. Splash is a part of the Magikarp joke. It does nothing. It's totally useless. It has 40 PP, so you can't even use Struggle until you've spent 40 turns splashing.
I don't... It doesn't say where... It doesn't say that it can learn Hydro Pump. This is very strange. Because I know that I've seen it use Hydro Pump in other games as well. In fan games, sometimes they'll give it moves. But hold on. Hydro Pump...
Hydro Pump is event only.
Yeah, because they used it... Like, they had it on that one Magikarp that's like a raid ally in Sword and
Which
Shield.
was really funny the first time you run into it.
Yeah,
like, why the hell did they program an NPC with a magic? Oh,
very funny, except it's also very
very bad,
very dumb. Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
I'm a fan of jokes. I'm a fan of joke Pokemon. I'm a fan of Pokemon making jokes through their design and through their abilities.
So there is a Generation 5 Magikarp, event Magikarp, that has that when you get it from the event, it has it has Hydro Pump. That is what
so that NPC has been playing for quite a while, is what you're saying.
It seems so. It seems like that would be so. Yes. I do wonder if you can like pass it on after you get that or not. I don't really know.
I did think it was funny that Legends Arceus removed Tackle from Magikarp.
They did? Oh my god.
It just knows Splash. It doesn't learn Tackle.
Good for Arceus. Good job. Okay, Arrokuda is next. I actually had a Barraskewda on my Gen 7 competitive team as one of my main Dynamax options because it has Swift Swim and it can just get unreasonably fast in the rain.
Barraskewda's trying to eat a Wingull.
Yeah, man, they hungry. They hungry. Oh my god, wait. Look at the pre-evolution, like the Arrokuda one. They're next to a fish with the propeller tail, or next to a boat with the propeller.
That's
the Arrokuda, that's really funny. I think that Arrokuda and Barraskewda are very effective designs. Like, Barraskewda is a very simple evolution, but it's got like a mustache for no good reason, and I love that. It's a very simple. It's a fish that go fast, and that's how Barracudas work.
Hang on. Bling is saying that in Platinum, if you fish in the pool of your resort house in the post game, you can fight a level 100 Magikarp.
It's not the pool of your. Is it the pool of your resort house? It's not the pool of your resort house. It's like the river or pond in that area, if I remember correctly. But yes, you can find Magikarp anywhere from level 1 to 100.
That's hilarious.
It's
love that.
Very funny, yes. So yeah, I really like Arrokuda and Barraskewda. I think that they're very solid. Like I said, I use one
I like Arrokuda better than Barraskewda.
Arrokuda is cuter, and Barraskewda does kind of feel like a goofy evolution in a lot of ways because of its weird mustache.
It's trying to be badass, and it's not.
I think it works pretty well. I think like the bone pattern on it is kind of cool. Like I said, I think it works, well enough. But I do think Arrokuda is cuter. Are all of the Pokemon that have Hisuian forms in this game?
Yes, and that is why Basculin is in this game.
Yes.
That is the only reason Basculin is in this game is because of Basculegion. And if Basculegion didn't exist, I would be so annoyed that Basculin was in this game because I find Basculin so boring. It's
a bass, which means that it's kind of supposed to be. Like, bass are kind of, it's like the very definition of this is a fish. It's a big fish.
If you're going to make a Pokemon that's boring, you've failed. Either that should be a joke, like Dunsparce, the joke about Dunsparce is that it sucks and it's boring and that makes it endearing, or it should be a really cool design, like Dunsparce.
Like, I don't think that Basculin is... like, the thing is, Basculin's actually pretty strong in a lot of ways because, like,
it
has adaptability, which means that its water-type moves hit for extra stab. So, like, you water tear it up, and it's like, oh, okay,
so Basculegion is going to be a menace, is what you're saying.
I don't actually know if Basculegion keeps adaptability. I haven't looked because it's got the different forms. It's got the female and male forms, just like how Basculin has now 3 forms, the blue, red, and white stripes. Let me actually look.
There's a third Basculin form?
Yeah, it's the white one that you find in Legends. It's the one that actually evolves. I don't know if the regular ones are going to be able to evolve, but yeah, it's the white stripe one that evolves. Oh yeah, no, they have the same abilities as what I believe White Stripe Basculin has, which is Swift Swim, Adaptability, and Mold Breaker. Red and Blue Stripe actually have different... Oh no, Swift Swim is exclusive to Basculegion. That's actually interesting. Red Stripe form has Reckless or Adaptability, Blue Stripe form has Rockhead or Adaptability, and White Stripe form has Rattled or Adaptability. And then they all have Mold Breaker as their hidden ability, which is the same as Basculegion. But Adaptability is the best one because it just gives you extra stab. It's Eevee's ability and also Porygon Z, which is why Porygon Z has a higher damage output than Mewtwo or attack form Deoxys.
The Arceus forms would make interesting Paradox Pokemon. You're right, Bling. But I don't think they would be able to justify doing that because they're
from
bringing
different eras.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know if the Paradox Pokemon are actually from the distant past.
Yeah,
we're still like
You have a theory. Go ahead and expound on your theory. I don't agree with your theory, but go ahead.
So, like, there's some aspects to it that, like, especially, like, Arven's, like, dialogue after his, in his, like, post-game story, he's like, wait, but they were in this book, and they're exactly the same as they were in this book, which this book is, like, only a couple hundred years old. But, like, my mom only invented the time machine recently. Why is that? What the heck is that all about? And it's like, have those Pokemon just been living there since ancient times? But they clearly came out of the time machine. So, like, is it actually a time machine, or is it powered by this, like, infinity energy that's giving way to her imagination? Like, that it's giving way to either of the professor's imagination, and it's like... And then, like, if so, is it connected to another dimension where these Pokemon live? Or, like, is it like Ultra Space? Or is it, like, just an energy an energy core? Or, like, what is it? I feel like the idea is probably, like, now that I've thought about it more, because there's, like, leaked spoiler stuff from, like, the anime and, like, the very end thing where there's, like, the disc Pokemon. I think that there's maybe, like, an alternate dimension where that thing lives, and that's where the AI professor went, if this theory holds. And that is what is causing the mutations to form. But I don't know why the mutations would have occurred originally in the past, like, when the explorers were exploring it. So, you know.
I think, my personal theory is that the crater, whether it's because of... I think that there is just temporal fuckery happening with large concentrations of Terra Crystals. I think that that's what the professor tapped into, discovered down there, tapped into, and refined into a machine that pulls these Pokemon from the distant past. I think that these Pokemon were already appearing either because of temporal fuckery or because there were just a few left over from the distant past and they were dying out. And what happens with the concern that they'll overflow Paldea is because the time machine is running and pulling out too many, and they're filling up the crater and starting to escape.
That's possible. I can see that. The reason why I kind of find that hard to believe is that the terrestrializing phenomenon doesn't really have anything to do with time at all. Like the type energy, like there's the connection between nature energy, infinity energy, and type energy, like the power that supplies mega evolution, Z energy, Z moves, and Dynamaxing, and all these other things, and like the fact that like how related all of those energies are is like a whole theory that I've been thinking about for the entire time that it's been around. And like some of that could be tied into time and space, especially because like we've seen Origin form Dialga and Palkia, and they are arguably related to like the forms of Primal Kyogre and Groudon. And like the whole if like Primal Kyogre and Primal Groudon are how they looked in the ancient past, and they're also sort of related to the past and the future. Like Alpha means like, you know, origin pulse, and then like Omega means like precipice blades is like the ending of the world in Brimstone and the beginning of the world in the ocean. So like you could make the argument that infinity energy is temporally linked to time in some ways, but there's no real connection between terastallizing itself and time. So at this point, I can only imagine like the only way that would be linked is if that we get confirmation that Terra energy is similar to the other kinds of energy.
Venom points out that the crystals do a bunch of things aside from changing types, including enabling machines to work better enough to create an AI and powering Lab Zero. I'd also like to point out that if you look at stuff around the crystals, they're warping light and space.
That's true. But like I said, that's like, again, if it's a very powerful energy source, notably, remember, Kalos is right next door. And like 1,000 years before the 2,000 years ago where Paldean discovered this crater, there was a giant fucking flower laser. So there could be a link if that's a crater that was caused by something that happened 3,000 years ago. It's possible, and that's the same time that Gigantamax happened. So like I'm not saying that they aren't connected, like it's very possible, but I feel like it's just like a very high energy, like the idea is that the crystals have a lot of energy so that they can power these things because they have the capability to power lots of artifacts. But they don't really tell us how they empower AI or machinery. They just seem to be like crystals that contain a lot of energy. So I hope that in the DLC, when they tell us more about the legendary that Arvin hints at it, we get more information on that. Let's move on.
Well, one last thing. From a narrative standpoint, I think it would undercut the ending if the AI professor didn't get to actually go to where they were hoping to go. I think the bittersweet ending of them having to leave but getting to go experience what the original professor dreamed about is a great ending. And I think
that... Sorry, go ahead.
I think that making it so that like you've expressed on the server, they were just kind of dissolving into the ether, I think that would undercut the ending a lot.
Yeah, I've actually thought about it, and I think that what is more likely is that, like I said earlier, they went to wherever that like disc legendary is, which would still undercut the ending. But they would be sent to another dimension, and like in the DLC, we would actually get to find them and bring them back. And then, you know, Arvin could have his parent to a certain degree, which would be, you know, a different ending, but it would be like it would still be like very positive in that way, which like obviously, you know, it still undercuts the bittersweetness aspect, but I'm for happy endings where everyone survives anyway, so
I just think this ending was powerful and good, and I don't want to change things about it.
No, that's totally fine. Like I said, I'm willing to wait for it. Venom is saying something about like about the Terra crystals reacting to desire, which is interesting because if you follow the lore implications of aura as it relates to mega crystals and the fact that all of the power aspects could be related to aura, which is very emotion based, it is arguably more support for my theory that all of the different energies are related. if they are all kind of related to Aura, but that pulls from like every different media type. So again, it's very much a fanfic thing. Let's move on because we just spent like 15 minutes talking about that.
Hey, it's practically a Pokemon podcast at this point. I'm fine with that.
I would love to do a Pokemon podcast in general. I told you about the Dex, and I've actually wanted to maybe do a podcast version of that as time has gone on. So like, if you want to do a Pokemon podcast at some point, that'd be great. I still don't have I don't have Gulpin or Swalot. They're Violet exclusives.
I have them. I will breed them for you. I love the Gulpin line. Gulpin is one of my favorite Pokemon. I love Gulpin so much. It's like, so ridiculous.
We are going to have a stomach Pokemon. It's just a stomach. It's Kirby, but instead of making it cute, we went all in on the fact that it's gross. It's just digestive juices. And we made that poison. And I think that's very funny and very interesting. And I love the giant mouth. And Swalot is very goofy with its mustache. And it's good.
You can tell that Swalot and Wishcash were designed by the same person.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh my god, Meowth is trying to sneak up on Pikachu!
Oh, and Persian is sneaking up on a Starly.
Oh my god!
The Persian one is going to end very poorly for that Starly.
Oh my god! Oh, that's so nice. Also, like, so you find Meowth in, like, a bunch of craggy areas, and I was like, why are you here in, like, the goddamn desert and, like, this mine? And then
if you look at my stream, you can see a Meowth staring at me while I read my Pokedex.
Yeah, and then I saw a Persian in the mountains, and I'm like, oh, you're mountain lions. So the Meowth is all the places that a mountain lion would be. I get it. That's smart. That's smart. That's good, because they do look like pumas. They look like mountain lions more than anything else.
Persian is such a simple design, but it's simple in an effective way. It's one of the better Gen 1 Mon designs, I think.
Yeah, I've always kind of wanted to use one, but because I like normal types, but often there's like better options. But I do love Meowth. You know, you gotta love Meowth if you watch the anime, and Meowth is so good. It's arguably also a counterpart to Pikachu, but he kind of like wants to evolve but can't. He like wants to be a Persian, but he chose to be a talker instead, and now he can't learn moves. That's like literally the backstory, is that he used up all of his like experience to learn how to talk, so he can't learn new moves.
Yeah, I've got some of that background. It's a pretty interesting choice.
Yeah, the Team Rocket is such good characters, but
it makes me happy that 25 years on, they're not only still in the anime, they're the most beloved characters in the entire thing.
Yeah, my cat was in my lap, and her legs caught on my headphone cord as she jumped out of my lap, so my headphones got pulled out.
Whoops.
Yeah. But yeah, Persian's very simple, very elegant, and like it fits Giovanni so well that it's just like, yes, mob cat Pokemon.
Iconic.
I love it. Very iconic. It's very good. Drifloon! I love Drifloon. I love Drifloon.
It bothers me that Drifloon has a mouth. I don't know why that bothers me, but it has a mouth on its bandage, and I don't know why that bothers me. Maybe it's just because I always processed it as just being a balloon without a mouth.
I think it's kind of funny, like, because the X is a patch over a hole, but it's a ghost and it didn't work. It's still got the hole. It's the mouth.
I can see that.
And I like hot air balloons. Like, I like balloon shapes, and I think Drifloon has a role in the Darkrai movie. It's one of the side characters has a Drifblim that he uses for scientific data collecting. And there's a lot of hot air balloons in that movie in general, and I don't know. I think Drifblim's neat, and Lucajin used one in her playthrough. She called it Balloonenstein. and I don't know. I find it very fun, and of course it's like a memorable encounter from, you know, like you have to go there on a Friday, and I appreciate that there's a kid that the Drifloon is investigating. It's very nice.
Very lore compliant.
Yes. They're just very simple, and and also like Fantina is very associated with Drifloon. She doesn't have one in Platinum, but like her dress is kind of based off of Drifloon.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Flabebe is like the main OG flower, like or fairy. I mean, it's like you think of it like when you think of fairies, Flabebe is like the poster child. The entire line. It's just very like they've got all the right traits. They're very clearly
Really? Because
fairies.
I think about Clefairy.
It's true. Clefairy is also like very similar in that regard, but like for me, I feel like Florges is used more in that role. It's very bulky. It's a little bit slow. It's got like lots of different special moves. It's got this very mystical vibe. It feels to me like it's like the archetypical fairy Pokemon, and like Clefairy and Clefable have all of those things too, but because they were normal type for so long, I mean, for so long, 5 generations, that's like half, they're going to be fairy type for longer than they weren't for soon enough, like God, in like 10 years. But anyway, but for like half of my life, you know, Clefairy was a normal type, so I think of Florges, it was introduced with fairy types, it was like, here, we've got Sylveon, and we've got this new Flabebe, and welcome, this is the fairy type. And it's like, oh, okay, so I think of Sylveon and I think of Flabebe when I think of fairy types. But since Sylveon is also an evolution, like, when it comes to just fairy, I think Florges, and I think Floette, and I think Flabebe. And I mean, Floette also had, like, a role in the story of X and Y. He was given a tiny box is still the hardest hitting line in any Pokemon game. Jesus Christ. Like, you know, like, the X and Y story ain't great, but that flashback is pretty well written.
Oh man, the campaign in X and Y is...
It's so disappointing, and it's really sad. Like, it could have been really interesting. I just think that, like, they were scared to make the game too hard, which is why they didn't put Mega Evolutions everywhere. Whereas, like, in Alola, they clearly did not care about the game being too hard, because, like, you can get over-leveled, but if you are not over-leveled, do you know how hard that game will kick your ass? Because all of the major characters do have Z moves, and they will use them, and they are strong. Like, Guzma doesn't, but that's for, like, lore reasons, and he still has, like, really tough Pokemon, like the Masquerain I complained about.
Man,
you know what would be cool?
What?
I could stream Gen 7, and you could be a part of that, and we could like collab on it. Like you wouldn't have to go through it. We could like talk while the story stuff was happening, and I could gush about all the things that I like about it, and you could help me pick my team out.
Sure, that would be fun.
Yeah, I would be doing it on an emulator, because that's the easiest way.
Well, you don't have a Capture 3DS, so...
Yeah, I don't have a Capture 3DS, so it would be a little bit different, but I would totally be able to do that. I have to get my there's a couple of issues with my computer, so it wouldn't be, like, right now, but, I because I've been using my laptop for everything because I have ADHD, and if I don't need to fix a problem, I don't fix the problem. I had a dead light bulb in my room for literally over a year because it wasn't like an issue. Like I didn't need it to be that bright when it was dark. I had things.
Man, calling me out. I've got the same thing.
Yeah, do it between streams. Do it between streams. Okay, we got Diglett next. Classic. Oh my god, there's a dino inspecting the dog trio! Ah, that's so
that's
funny.
That's cute.
Oh, I love this Pokedex so much. It's just like...
Before we move on to Diglett and Dog Trio, I want to complain because... or rather, I want to anti-complain. Because Gen 6 had a mess of a campaign. The leveling curve was weird. The EXP share was weird. The story was not great. The villain team kind of sucked.
Yeah.
Gen 7, as I've said, I found really boring, and I have tried 3 times, and I still can't get through it. Gen 8's story is likewise not great. All the characters have a lot of character, but the villain plan doesn't make any sense, and the story is linear. And
my friend Lil is like, it says that Alola she likes Alola a whole lot because it feels very much like you're going on this like coming of age journey. Like the world building works really well, but she calls Galar a theme park ride.
Yeah, Galar is, it's not as handholdy as Gen 7, but it's less of an adventure. And
yeah,
it's a trip to Disney World, yeah. But Gen 9! Oh, the campaign in Gen 9 is so good.
It's really solid.
It throws you out into the world and says, have at it. Do stuff in whatever order you want. There's an order you should do it in so that you don't get over-leveled, but do it in whatever order you want. There's Pokemon everywhere. All sorts of variety all over the place. There's trainers with different Pokemon.
It is a little overwhelming as somebody who, as I've explained before, does not like open world games because I like exploring everything and I get overwhelmed. And this game did overwhelm me a little bit at the start, but eventually I got in the swing of it because I am incapable of disliking a Pokemon game.
Here's the thing where I knew I would like this game. When you're still in the tutorial and you walk out of the tutorial with the opportunity to have caught like 8 or 9 different Pokemon. That speaks to the variety of Pokemon you can encounter in every area. If you're on your way to school at the start of the game, you catch 9 different Pokemon to choose from. There is so much variety in this game. There is so much to do. There are so many places to go.
Like, a regional dex of 400 Mons, and like a third of them are new.
Yeah.
Like so many of them are new. Like they made so many new Pokemon, and like some of the designs people might not like. A lot of them are goofy, but I love basically all of them. But again, I find it very difficult to not like Pokemon. So it's just like if this was another game, like I would not have been able to get further than that. Like I would not have been able to finish it. I would have gotten overwhelmed. I would have been like, nope, I'm gonna play something else. But because it's Pokemon, I gotta play more. I gotta see more Pokemon. I gotta find, and like all 3 of the stories work really well, and the fact that you can go at them, you can like pick at them piecemeal and like have them like weave together is really good. It's a really good way to design a game like this.
It also makes me very happy because they use all 18 types instead of just 8.
Yeah, it's really cool. You get 1 of each. It's very nice. And then like the Elite Four is all they're all types of the Titans, which is like
one of the things I don't like about this game is the Elite Four. I found them. Larry was the most interesting member of the Elite Four to me, and I didn't really like Larry.
See, Rika reminds me of another
has potential.
Rika reminds me of another character from a different series that I really like, and like all of her appearances throughout the game. Like first of all, I saw her and I was like, "Ooh, attractive man," and then it was like she, and I'm like, I'm like, oh no, the gender, it burns. And then like she's your interviewer, and I'm like, oh god, I'm afraid, I'm scared. I'm like, it was like actually stressful. I was like, oh god, am I answering correctly?
I should actually amend what I said about Larry, because I didn't like Larry. In his gym battle and in his Elite Four battle, I found him to be a joke that wasn't funny. Like I didn't laugh. The joke didn't land for me. And then you refight him in the post game, and you actually get to listen to him talk about his philosophy and the comfort of normality and how to take it easy and all that. And he has an actual philosophy and actual character, and it made me actually like him as a character.
I mean, like you can kind of see a little bit of that in the, like, it makes the rest of it come together. Because like, you know, he's kind of like a regular ass businessman, which is funny for me, I think, because I see stuff like that in Japanese like media a lot. It's very much a Japanese trope in a lot of ways. And like the idea of him he's very different from the other like normal gym leaders. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is a really interesting new direction for a normal type gym leader. And again, normal is my favorite type. I'm a normal specialist, so I'm biased. But like, he's just eating at the restaurant, and like, he's just like, okay, it's my job. It's time to have a job. It's my job, and we're just kind of going to take it easy. This is, we're doing our jobs here, and I can appreciate that, and like I kind of get that like on a basic level already. But then he has this speech, and I'm like, oh my god. And again, it's actually kind of a very Japanese sentiment, which is interesting because this is Spain. Like, there's not a whole lot of Japanese influence in this region, in most places. But he is Larry's whole thing, the business of Japan. Businessmen in Japan are very, like, it's very soul sucking. But a lot of people are businessmen. So like the idea of like, I am taking my home is very like important because it's separate from my work, and I want to have this feeling of normality, of like being, a place to come back to, like a nice safe area, like a way of, your comfort zone is something that you need to go out of, but it's something that you should have, and that's so good. It's so good, and as a normal type specialist, the fact that he got to represent that was like.
It's great. It's absolutely. They should have worked that into his first fight. They didn't. He's just like, must I? And then he fights you.
I don't really see him as that reluctant. He's like, okay. He's very on board. Like, he's a little bit. He's kind of like, all right, yeah, sure. And then, but like, he doesn't.
Larry looks like he wants to die.
I mean, yeah, but like, so do I. Like, I also have bags under my eyes all the time, but like, that's because I have mental illness, not because I'm actually like an exhausted individual. Like, he's kind of tired, but like, that doesn't mean that he's not, living. Like, he's clearly he doesn't clearly, like, he does complain about it, but like, a lot of times you can complain about stuff that you enjoy anyway. Like, he probably could quit if he wanted to. I don't know. I feel like all of the gym leaders really. There's actually a number of gym leaders who are kind of like feel like they're doing it because their other avenues dried up, which is a little disappointing. Like, it's a little bit sad in some ways, but like at the same time, you help them rediscover that they do like Pokemon battling, like with Grusha, which I really liked. That was really fun.
Yeah.
And then like. Rhyme and Time are very interesting because Rhyme is like because like you guess that they're related as soon as you see like Rhyme's picture, and then you talk to Professor Time, and then you find out that Professor Time used to be a gym leader, and she's just like, no, I want to teach people because I want to interact with people more, and I want to help nurture the next generation, and I can do some of that when I'm a gym leader, but battling is not as important to me as teaching, and I find that really interesting. Like, there's so many good characters in this game. So Diglett and Doug trio. Diglett dig, Diglett dig. Trio. I was expecting you to finish it, but I guess you don't know the meme.
I don't know the reference.
It's from the original season thing? Yes, from the original season of the anime, so I thought you might have it, but.
No, that was 25 years ago. I don't remember much about the original anime.
I watched this rewatch series. It's kind of like a rewatch podcast, but it was on YouTube. But he had to take all of his videos off of YouTube because of copyright shit. Very unfortunate. But yeah, so the first season of the anime is like lodged in my brain now. I like know it because those are really good videos. Diglett and Doug trio are such classic, silly Gen 1 designs. It's just a whack-a-mole, and it's very funny. And
Diglett and Doug trio are comforting.
Yeah,
they're comfortable. They make you happy that they're in the game.
Yeah, the fact that Doug trio is just 3 whack-a-moles at once was maybe unnecessary. Like, they maybe could have done more with that. But like, it's such a perfect little whack-a-mole. Like, what do you do with that? You just add more. There's not something else that you can do. You just have to add more. There's 3 of them now. It's a mole that lives in a colony now. And the fact that it's hiding from the dino is great because it's not like the dino can see it, but it probably smells it. And maybe the dino.
Well, dino interact with people by biting them, so maybe this Doug trio knows.
And headbutting them, so it's possible that the dino played whack-a-mole with those Doug trio with its head, which is very funny. Then we got Torkoal.
We should end at an even 150, by the way, because it's almost 5.
Okay. That's
we'll
fine.
probably...
Then we can talk about Torkoal.
Yeah.
Because Torkoal They fixed its cloud. They fixed its cloud. They fixed its cloud. I think its cloud probably, the model always looked fine, but they used such a dog shit texture that it looks so bad. But now they fixed all the textures on all the Pokemon, so its cloud looks like a cloud and not like a pixely mess. They did it. They saved my boy. Which is good because Torkoal sees so much competitive play these days because it's got drought. I mean, especially with Ninetales isn't in the format because Ninetales is arguably better because it's faster, but it kind of depends. And Torkoal is really good on like Trick Room teams and everything. Like, you know, in a restricted format, you want to use Groudon, but when you don't have Groudon, you use Torkoal. And it's really good with the Paradox Pokemon because a lot of them get access to Trick Room for some reason. Most of the past ones are fast, but like because well, I guess Brute Bonnet is pretty slow because it's based on an Amoonguss, but it can get fast and it can do a lot of damage. But yeah, Screamtail is a psychic type, so it gets Trick Room, and Fluttermane is a ghost, and I think it also gets Trick Room.
Weird. Yeah, Magnemite's in the game, Blink, which makes me happy because I love Magnemite.
It's so shiny.
Yeah,
shiny.
I know why it's so shiny. The reason the Magnemite line and the Bisharp line and all the other metal Pokemon are so shiny in this game and they reflect the environment is because of the future Paradox Pokemon.
Yep, they wanted to be like, hey, we got shiny metals, we got to show off these new textures, baby.
Yup.
And I'm fine with that. I ain't complaining. I mean, like, metal Pokemon made of metal were already pretty cool and shiny in Gen 7 and Gen 8, so like this is like wild, like whoa.
But yeah, I think Torkoal's a neat design. It's far from my favorite fire type.
Yeah, I mean, like they have this whole thing of like making slow fire types that are tanky, which is not how the type is really supposed to be played. It has like way too many weaknesses. But, like, you know, Torkoal can deal so much damage in Trick Room.
Oh, it's got a good offensive stat?
Oh, yeah, its special attack is pretty solid, and especially because it sets up the sun, which doubles its fire moves, and now there's Fire Terra. So, like, because it's so slow, if you set up Trick Room, it'll go first almost all the time. And then you can just spam Eruption, and it's very effective. Like a very big part of like before the meta settled, where like the meta got the first season of the VGC meta got decided and you can't use Paradox or Legendary Pokemon, people were running just like Torkoal with a couple of Paradox Pass Pokemon, like the ones that could set up Trick Room, and then just like doing tons of damage because Fluttermane can do a ton of damage. Screamtail is really bulky, so it can just set up and like do whatever it wants. And then Torkoal is just hitting shit, man. So much damage.
I never realized it was good beyond Drought. I thought it was just kind of there.
No, yeah, I mean, like, it gets Eruption, and Eruption is just a really powerful move, to be fair. But, like, let me look at its special attack stat, because I'm pretty sure it's pretty solid, like...
Yeah, well, Paradox...
Okay, it's like...
No,
it's a solid 85, but like because it sets up Drought, like 85 is pretty decent when your attacks are all doubled anyway. Paradox Pokemon are as strong as Ultra Beasts are, but their stats are like better rounded. Like they're not nearly as extreme as Ultra Beasts were, which means that they're better. They have a lot like fewer weaknesses. Like some of them are better than others because some of them like fill the exact same niche as their other like their original form. But like slightly better. It's like you don't really need the Paradox Salamence when you could just use Hydreigon because like their stat spreads are fairly similar, and like Hydreigon gets access to Nasty Plot and it can do a lot more damage, and you don't really want to use either of them anyway because like you're very weak to Fairy, which is a very common type. So like that's oh, is it 1.5? I thought it was double. I'm going crazy.
I just want to use Slitherwing, man. I love Slitherwing. I love Volcarona. I love Slitherwing. I want to use Slitherwing.
Slitherwing is pretty cool. I haven't seen it used very much. Bug fighting is kind of a weird type. Again, like Heracross doesn't see a ton of play these days.
I want to hunt a shiny Slitherwing because shiny Slitherwing looks sick.
Yeah, you should definitely do that. God, we only got up to 150, like you said, but it's about 5, so I know you need to switch tacks and go.
Yeah,
I'm gonna see about
I'm gonna
fixing
go
my,
eat, and then I'll
yeah.
be doing Ghost Trick at 6.
Yeah, I'm not super into that game. I know it's good, but I've never been able to get into it. But I hope you have a good time, and it was nice talking to you.
This was fun.
Honestly,
We definitely
if
gotta
you
continue.
if you do want to start a Pokemon podcast, let me know. We can make that happen. That'd actually be really fun. I wanted to make a podcast for a while anyway.
That would be pretty interesting. But yeah, so Thursday at the same time?
Yeah, Thursday at noon should work totally fine.
It'll be the same setup too, because I've got Ghost Trick at 6 that day as well.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Awesome.
Hopefully we will get past it. Hopefully we'll get up to 300. I don't know how much we're gonna have to say about everything.
I like what we did today. I like the amount.
Yeah, I mean this was really solid.
Yeah, the amount of stuff we talked about and the stuff we talked about with Pokemon and the education I got about competitive, and all the stuff we had to talk about our histories with Pokemon and stuff about our histories with anime. I think this was a good stream, and we should continue.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting us to work off each other as well, honestly, as we have, but it works. That's really cool. If we do a Pokemon podcast, I can send you. I'm gonna actually link you the playlist of the National Dex. It's a little bit old. Like I said, the latest episode was like in Gen 7, which is like 5 years ago. But the whole idea of it is that they look at the design and origin of each of like a random Pokemon, and then they discuss how to use it in competitive. They started out with singles, but they moved on to VGC. But we could do that, and we could look into how to use Pokemon competitively, and it would be a learning experience for both of us. And we would deep dive into design and discuss like personal stories relating to it. So if you wanted to do that, I can send you the Dex's podcast or the playlist.
That would be very fun.
Yes. Okay, I'll send it to you. Have a good time with Ghost Trick. This was great. I had a great time.
Me too.
So yeah.
Adios.
Farewell.
All right, well, that'll be it for Pokemon for today. I was a little surprised that we only got through 150, but makes sense, I guess. We had a lot to talk about. In about an hour, I will be doing a couple hours of Ghost Trick, getting through some of that. Tomorrow will be probably shiny hunting. I'll have accumulated a bunch of Dunsparce eggs by then. And then Thursday, at the same time, about noon EST, we'll be continuing through the Pokedex, the same setup as we did today. And then it'll be Ghost Trick at 6 p.m. that day as well. So, for now, thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And I will see you next time. This will be up on YouTube by tomorrow, by the way.